Remember the movie The Lost Boys, where the camera pans across Santa Cruz while People Are Strange by The Doors plays in the background? Well, I had my own strange experience in Santa Cruz, and I'll tell you why the people there seemed a little unusual later. But first, let's talk about the date of this event. It was Saturday, April 21st, 2007. I was at home, waiting for Michelle Stump, a paranormal investigator from HPI, Haunted and Paranormal Investigations, of Northern California. Michelle was driving us to Brookdale, a small community near Santa Cruz, to stay at the famous Brookdale Lodge. This place had seen many famous guests, like Marilyn Monroe and President Herbert Hoover, and even gangsters like Al Capone. The lodge is also known for being haunted. Some psychics believe there are 49 ghosts. The lodge was even featured on Unsolved Mysteries because of a little ghost girl named Sarah, who haunts the creek that runs through the property. As Michelle and I drove to Santa Cruz, she told me a story about how she first got interested in the paranormal. When she was 8 years old, she lived on the Forney Ranch in El Dorado County, which she believed was haunted. Her brother had been thrown off his bed, and strange things happened: footsteps, glasses clinking, and laughter when no one was around. Michelle would hide in the barn until her family came home. She believed the spirit was Old Man Forney, who had died on the ranch. Eventually, after they moved, the ranch caught fire, and Michelle believes Old Man Forney had something to do with it. We arrived at the Brookdale Lodge, ready for a day of paranormal experiences. Michelle had played songs from Rush, The Police, Primus, and the Rolling Stones during the drive, so by the time we arrived, I was already in the zone. We checked in, had some lasagna and apple pie at the buffet, and then listened to some fascinating presentations at the Northern California Paranormal Conference. At the conference, we heard from Gloria Young of Ghost Trackers, Shannon McCabe and Alicia Perry from HPI, and Nancy Bradley, a famous psychic. Robert Reppert, head investigator of Gold Rush Ghosts, showed off some of his ghost hunting equipment and shared tips on how to rule out normal explanations before considering something paranormal. As the day continued, I met several paranormal investigators from different teams, including Doug Carnahan from NPI, NorCal Paranormal Investigations, and many from HPI like Carol Gillis, Tim Hawkins, and Brian Colbert. There were about 75 guests, all intrigued by the paranormal. One of the interesting people I met was Elaine Higby, who worked at the Brookdale Lodge. She told me about a customer who had once taken a photo of her husband, only to find a full-body apparition of a man standing behind him in the photo. Later, I interviewed two artists, Martha Applegate and her friend Jesus L. Galvin. Jesus told me that he had once seen the ghost of Sarah running by the lodge's bar. He also shared stories of gangsters meeting in secret rooms at the lodge, with some victims buried under the floorboards. He even claimed to have seen the ghostly apparitions of a Vietnamese family in the woods near the lodge. Martha added that a customer at her art gallery once saw a person next to her disappear into thin air. After a long day, Michelle and I headed to Don Quixote, a Mexican restaurant, for dinner. The food was delicious, and we enjoyed a live band called Extra Large playing Latin tunes. We talked with other HPI members about the upcoming ghost hunt at the lodge. That night, we joined everyone back at the log cabin, which was attached to the Brookdale Lodge, where Nancy Bradley led a seance. Nancy described the spirits she sensed in the room, including two brothers, the Clayton brothers, who had died in a car accident. During the seance, a woman named Maria Ivers suddenly started shaking and crying uncontrollably, claiming to feel overwhelming sadness. Nancy believed Maria was feeling the pain of the spirits in the room. After the seance, Michelle and I decided to explore the lodge. We met with Sherry Vincent in her room, where we played with her Ouija board. She had some sage ready to dispel any negative spirits and gave me instructions on how to use the board. During our session, we contacted a child spirit who spelled out the word "die" on the board. An eerie moment for sure. Later that night, the official ghost hunt began. We went from room to room capturing orbs in our photos. Kristen Sheely, a researcher and photography expert for HPI, caught a fast-moving white orb in one of her photos at 1:55 a.m. We heard ghostly laughter in the Brook room, and someone even heard a voice say, "H," Michelle and I discovered secret passages and a burned-out area of the hotel from a fire in 1956. At 2:45 a.m., my cell phone, fully charged, mysteriously died. A common occurrence in paranormal investigations, as spirits are believed to drain energy from devices. The night was a mix of ghost hunters, bikers, and bohemian types, all gathered at the lodge for different reasons. Felt surreal. At one point, I saw a large black raven land on the hotel balcony, adding to the spooky atmosphere. By Sunday morning, I was exhausted but thrilled by the experience. Michelle and I had breakfast at the Brookdale Cafe, and I was ready for the drive back to Sacramento. As Michelle drove, I tried to relax after an unforgettable night filled with ghostly encounters. My name is Janet, and this is just a small part of my story. Let's start from the beginning of this story. I emphasize this story because I've experienced the paranormal since I was 4 years old, but that's another story for another time. For now, let's focus on this one. It was 2004, and my husband and I had just moved from Salinas to Orland, California. We hadn't yet brought in all of our furniture, so on that first night, we slept in the front room. The exhaustion of moving hit my husband hard, and he fell into a deep sleep almost immediately. I, however, lay awake, my mind still buzzing from the day. That's when it happened. Out of nowhere, I heard a heart-wrenching, wailing cry, a woman sobbing that seemed to fill the entire house. It wasn't faint or distant. It sounded as if she was right there, inside. Startled, I shook my husband, trying to wake him, but no matter what I did, he wouldn't stir. I got up, heart racing, and began searching the house, convinced there had to be someone there. I even stepped outside, but the crying wasn't coming from outside. It was inside my home. As I stepped back inside, the crying suddenly stopped. The house fell into an eerie silence. I tried again to wake my husband, and this time, he woke up instantly, as if nothing had happened. That's when I realized our new home wasn't just a house. It was haunted. After that night, things seemed to settle down. For about 2 months, nothing major happened, or so I thought. Small things started to catch my attention. Cupboards would be open, even though I hadn't touched them. Objects would disappear and then mysteriously reappear. And then there were the animals, our dogs and cats. They would often act strangely, as if they could sense something that we couldn't. At first, I dismissed it all until the day I received a voice recorder for my birthday. That's when things took a turn. Curious about the spirit world, I decided to use the recorder to see if I could pick up the voices of family members who had passed on. Little did I know, the voices I would capture were not from my family. Late at night, when everyone was asleep, I would set the recorder. In the morning, when I played it back, I was greeted with an ominous EVP, electronic voice phenomenon, that sent chills down my spine. The voice on the recording was unmistakably not of this world. From that moment, I became hooked on recording EVPs. Every night, I would capture new voices, different tones, different messages. It became clear that there was more than one spirit in our home. There were multiple voices on the recordings. I began to sense a male, a female, and even a child spirit. My suspicions were soon confirmed when my daughter started experiencing the hauntings firsthand. She began waking up with scratches on her body. At times, she would be tripped or pushed by unseen forces. Then, to my horror, the entities began taking control of her. I knew we were in over our heads, and I needed help. Desperate, I reached out to the Catholic Church, even though I wasn't Catholic. A priest came and blessed the house, but instead of peace, the activity escalated. The attacks became more frequent and more aggressive. It seemed that the more I tried to confront the entities, yelling, cursing, demanding they leave, the more they retaliated. My anger only fueled their strength. I shifted my approach, seeking spiritual help and asking for assistance from a higher power. But even then, the struggle continued. I pleaded with the entities to leave my daughter alone and to come after me instead, believing I could handle them better. This battle went on for months. Finally, my family and I couldn't take it anymore. We decided to leave the house and the town behind, hoping to escape the torment. But the spirits had other plans. They followed us. Since that time, we've moved to 2 different cities, and the hauntings have persisted. For a long time, I lived in fear and anger, constantly confronting the entities. But I realized I couldn't go on like that. I began studying, reading books, taking spiritual classes, and educating myself about hauntings. I strengthened my abilities as a medium, which I had always known I possessed, but never fully embraced. Once I began communicating with the entities rather than fighting them, the malevolence started to subside. Coexisting with them wasn't easy, but it was necessary. This wasn't the end of my story, nor was it the beginning, but it's where I've chosen to start. Just because you're experiencing a haunting doesn't mean you have to be a victim. There are ways to take back your power. I know because I did, and if I can overcome it, so can anyone else. Sandra Woodingley Moan first experienced a haunting at the age of 7, when she lived in Bakersfield, California, on a street called Bel Torres, across from a neighborhood park. The house she lived in was simple, nothing like the elaborate houses you might see in horror movies. Yet from the very moment she moved in, Sandra felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Each night as she lay in bed, she felt a presence standing over her, watching her as she tried to sleep. Soon, things escalated. Her bed covers would be pulled off of her in the middle of the night. The unseen force seemed focused on her, and although her younger sister, who shared the room, slept soundly through it all, Sandra was left terrified. She saw shadows moving through the hallway, across her bedroom, even while the TV was on. Doors would open and close on their own, and cabinets would slam shut without anyone touching them. The final straw came when Sandra saw the rocking chair in her room moving on its own. She couldn't bear the thought of spending another night in that house. After a year of enduring this torment, her family finally moved away. But by then, the damage had been done. Sandra's fear of the house, coupled with hearing about the Zodiac killer on the news, left her traumatized. Sandra will never forget the night of a particularly violent storm. The wind howled outside, and inside, the spirits seemed to grow more aggressive. Her bed covers were ripped off, shadows darted across the walls, and the cabinets slammed open and shut with a fury. It was after this storm that her family decided enough was enough, and they packed up to leave. But the fear didn't leave Sandra when they moved. Visiting her grandfather's house became another source of anxiety. Her grandmother had passed away in that house, and her grandfather kept the home dark, with lit candles and statues of Catholic saints scattered around like a shrine. There were times when Sandra heard things moving around in the house, though no one was there. Her aunt, who lived with her grandfather, added to the strangeness with her Gothic lifestyle and psychedelic decor, creating an atmosphere that seemed to amplify Sandra's childhood fears. As an adult, Sandra still struggles with the lingering effects of her childhood experiences. She even consulted a paranormal group called SPIT, Stockton Paranormal Investigation Team, hoping to find peace, but their counseling left her feeling unsatisfied. Now, by sharing her story, Sandra hopes to free herself from the nightmares that have haunted her for so long. It's April 7th, 2007, a Saturday morning. At 10 a.m., HPI, Haunted and Paranormal Investigations, of Northern California, takes over the old historical city cemetery in downtown Sacramento for a couple of hours. The sky is overcast, adding to the eerie atmosphere as we step through the main gates of this centuries-old cemetery. With us, we have a great turnout of investigators. Shannon McCabe, President and Lead Investigator, Tim Hawkins, Wendy Smith, Shannon's mom, Carol Gillis, John Wachter aka Vlad, Lead Investigator, Kristen Sheely, Researcher, Paul Dale Roberts, Ghostwriter, Julie English, Sherry Vincente, Jennifer Baca, Anusha Wickramasinghe, Michelle Pakel, Emily McCarthy, and Dandamudi Virendranad aka V. This historic cemetery, established in 1849, is steeped in history. Many of the graves belong to victims of the 1850 cholera epidemic. While walking through the grounds, we noticed several markers associated with the Freemasons, a secretive organization. As a Rosicrucian myself, I couldn't help but take interest in these symbols. The tombstone of General A.M. Wynne, founder of the Native Sons of the Golden West, stands proudly here, reminding us of the rich history that surrounds these grounds. Even the Sutter family, pioneers of California, have their final resting place here. This wasn't my first time at the cemetery. The first time I visited was during a Halloween twilight tour with a psychic who claimed to see 3 women's spirits near a tree. At her prompting, I placed my hand into the area where the women supposedly stood, and to my shock, I felt a rubbing movement on my hand. My son Jason and ex-wife Patricia felt a coldness in the same spot. On my second visit, I brought my dogs, T-Rex and Pika. T-Rex lay calmly, but Pika barked frantically at the air as though seeing something that wasn't visible to me. I've always suspected Pika may be sensitive to the paranormal. And now, here I am for a third time, this time with HPI on a daytime investigation. I wasn't expecting much activity in the daylight, but I took the opportunity to speak with some of the investigators about their paranormal experiences. Sherry Vincente shared a chilling story. While investigating Mt. Vernon Cemetery, she felt a presence follow her home. At one point, it even touched her on the neck. Another time, after a woman died of a drug overdose behind her house, Sherry saw a shimmering image in her home, and her TV would frequently go to static. She suspects it may have been the spirit of the woman who died. Jennifer Baca recounted her time in Michigan when she performed a seance with her ex-sister-in-law. They summoned a spirit guide named White Feather, an Indian woman. On 2 occasions, Jennifer felt a brushing against her hair while napping, which she believes was the spirit's touch. Tim Hawkins recalled living with a ghost he named Melvin in Carmichael, California. Melvin would open doors, cry in empty rooms, and once threw a picture. Tim even chased a strange column of burning smell odor that moved around his house. Anusha Wickramasinghe spoke of her experiences in Sri Lanka, where she often felt presences in her home. A sensitive, she can feel spirits around her, even recalling a moment at Mather AFB when a spirit called her name and walked behind her. Her mother also saw a man in white who disappeared when she went to investigate. Michelle Pakel shared a personal story of her grandfather. After he passed, she and her sister felt his presence, and Michelle even saw a glowing figure at the door. Later, her daughter, at the age of 2, saw her grandfather's ghost sitting on the front porch. John Wachter, aka Vlad, recounted his childhood experience from ages 4 to 7 when he frequently heard his name being called, only to find no one there. Kristen Sheely recalled her chilling Ouija board experience in Oregon. When she asked the spirit to reveal itself, the smoke detector went off. She never touched the board again. Emily McCarthy told a haunting story from her time living in East Sacramento. The doorbell of their 1920s house would ring on its own. There were frequent knocks with no one there, and her mother once mistook a ghostly figure in a nightgown for Emily. The lights also had a habit of turning on and off by themselves. For my own experience, I shared a story from my time in San Bruno, near the legendary Daly City Cemetery. There were rumors of grave robbing and sightings of ball lightning around the tombstones. The most bizarre tale, though, was about a blue glowing disc that supposedly abducted a man, leaving his girlfriend in a mental ward, insisting a Bigfoot creature had jumped on their car in the cemetery. As the investigation continued, Shannon briefed us on upcoming HPI events, including the Northern California Paranormal Conference at the Brookdale Lodge in Brookdale, California, with special guest psychic Nancy Bradley. She also discussed the soon-to-be-released HPI Meets Dracula comic book, written by me, with artwork by Mike Henderson and lettering by Warren Montgomery. John Wachter excitedly talked about a potential field trip to investigate the USS Hornet, and we even began discussing out-of-state trips, places like the Bell Witch haunting in Tennessee and Elvis Presley's mansion. Kristen Sheely ambitiously suggested we take our ghost hunts overseas, perhaps to haunted locations in England, like the Tower of London or Stonehenge. As we began wrapping up, we noticed one of our investigators was missing. Concern washed over us. Had she encountered something otherworldly? Was she trapped in some paranormal realm? Should we start a search? As we began to worry, Julie English came into view, riding around in a motorized sheriff cart with her arm casually draped around the deputy. In October 2006, my 9-year-old son and I accompanied my good friend Chris to Los Angeles to pick up a travel visa for his upcoming trip abroad. Since the visit to the office was brief, we found ourselves with extra time to explore before heading back home. Using the GPS system in the rental car, we looked up nearby attractions and saw the Long Beach Aquarium. We quickly agreed it would be a fun stop. But as soon as the Queen Mary came into view, looming across the water, I changed my mind. The sight was magnificent. I had watched a documentary about its ghostly history, and the allure of the paranormal was irresistible. It didn't take much to convince Chris to switch plans, though my son was a little apprehensive after I mentioned the ship's haunted reputation. Still, he decided to brave it, and off we went. After parking, we entered the Queen Mary. It was the first ship of that size I had ever set foot on, and it wasn't just a tourist destination, it was also a hotel. Inside the lobby, we noticed a schedule of events, and that's when we spotted the paranormal ship walk tour. It was one of 3 days during the week when the tour was offered. It was a little after 4 p.m., and the tour wouldn't start until 8 p.m. So on a whim, we decided to spend the night on the ship and bought tickets for the tour. It was $50 per person, but it sounded worth every penny. After doing some shopping in Long Beach and grabbing dinner at Bubba Gump Shrimp Factory, we returned to the ship just after 7:30 p.m., checked into our room, and waited in the lobby for our tour guide, a paranormal host named Erica Frost. Erica was a petite, pretty woman who had been a psychic since a near-death experience in her youth, after which she claimed to have gained the ability to communicate with spirits. Our group consisted of around 15 people, including Erica and her 2 assistants. My son was the youngest in the group, with a couple of teenagers and the rest being adults. We each received a flashlight and a compass to carry with us on the tour, and luckily, I had brought along my digital camera. The tour began with my son glued to my side. In one of the first rooms we entered, I had a vivid mental flash of the space as a cafeteria, full of tables and people. But when the scene passed and I looked around, it was dark, dusty, and filled with old furniture. It was just a storage room now. Moments later, Erica confirmed that the room had once been a lunchroom. A chill ran down my spine. This was going to be an incredible tour, I could already tell. In another larger room, we started hearing voices. Faint cries of "help me" echoed around us. They were difficult to pinpoint, almost mechanical sounding and eerie. Erica mentioned that some tours were quiet, but tonight, the voices seemed particularly active. The atmosphere in the room was unsettling, but it wasn't terrifying. We eventually reached the first-class swimming pool area, considered the hottest spot for paranormal activity. Erica shared the stories of a young woman who had been killed in the locker room, believed to be a vortex to another dimension. Another well-known ghost was a little girl named Jackie, who had drowned in the second-class pool but haunted the first-class pool instead. There's even a 24/7 ghost cam in the pool area, where, on occasion, I've seen strange shadows moving from my home computer. It's here, in the first-class pool area, that the most intense part of my experience unfolded. Erica had brought along divining rods, often used for detecting underground water, but on this night, she intended to use them to communicate with Jackie. When Erica asked for a volunteer, no one stepped up, so I did. I had no idea what I was in for. Erica showed me how to hold the rods and explained that she was going to call out to Jackie, a playful spirit. I stood there, holding the rods, and waited. Nothing happened for a couple of minutes. Then, I felt a slight tingle, and the rods turned just a bit before the sensation faded away. Just as Erica was about to move on, my son excitedly started calling Jackie, hoping to spark some activity. Suddenly, the tingle returned, stronger this time. It spread through my whole body, a warm, fluttering energy that felt like butterflies in my stomach. It was breathtaking, like being lifted off the ground. I tried to remain calm, but I couldn't help gasping in amazement. I was so immersed in the sensation that I hadn't realized I'd closed my eyes. When I opened them, I saw the divining rods spinning in my hands. They moved with a force that felt beyond my control, yet I managed to keep my hands steady. The experience lasted only a couple of minutes, but it felt like a lifetime. As the energy subsided, the rods slowed and eventually stopped. The group was shocked, and Chris kept asking if I was okay. Erica mentioned that not many people were open enough for such an experience to happen to them. My son, thrilled, had been calling Jackie the whole time and was beyond excited. Later, we visited another hot spot with the divining rods, but they didn't move for anyone else in the group. However, everyone's compasses started acting erratically. I took several pictures throughout the tour, and in some, there were orbs, none in one frame, then suddenly orbs in the next. While I know some people say orbs are just reflections of dust particles caught by the camera's flash, I couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. After the tour, we headed back to our room. Chris kindly went to fetch ice, leaving my son and me alone for a moment. As we began saying our prayers together, a loud bang came from inside the closet, a large bureau against the wall. The sound was so intense that I expected the closet doors to fly open. We were startled, but I told my son to keep praying. Moments later, another crash echoed from the dresser, though there was nothing on it that could have made the noise. Scared us, but we finished our prayers. When Chris returned, we told him what happened, but the rest of the night was uneventful, except for a dream I had in which Jackie was calling me to play with her. The next morning, I took more pictures in our room. Above the bed where my son and I slept, I captured an orb floating above us. That night on the Queen Mary was an unforgettable experience, definitely worth every penny. On Friday, May 4th, 2007, I joined fellow HPI, Haunted and Paranormal Investigations, investigator Sherry Vincent at St. John Baptist Church Cemetery in Folsom, California. This cemetery, with its history and quiet isolation, was the perfect place to conduct a paranormal investigation. Sherry had already picked up several EVPs, electronic voice phenomena, from the cemetery in the past, and tonight we hoped to capture more. It was a chilly evening, the kind where the air feels dense with anticipation, almost like nature itself was waiting for something to happen. The cemetery was still, with only the occasional rustling of leaves breaking the silence. As we walked between the graves, our footsteps seemed to echo in the quiet surroundings. We set up our equipment, including a video camera aimed at several gravestones. Orbs, those mysterious balls of light often associated with spirit activity, have been spotted here before. Sure enough, within minutes, we saw orbs dancing lightly over some of the graves. The camera picked up these orbs as they moved, almost as if they had a purpose. Curious to interact with the spirits, I decided to be more direct. Standing near a particularly old gravestone, I asked, "Can you pull my ponytail?" I waited, half expecting nothing to happen. But instead of a tug, I felt something brush lightly across my leg. It was a gentle, almost playful sensation, as if someone, or something, was trying to get my attention. The brush wasn't strong, but it was enough to feel it distinctly. It happened 4 times in total, each time soft but deliberate. I couldn't help but feel a shiver run down my spine, but I was more intrigued than frightened. Sherry, too, had her own experience. As we walked further into the cemetery, she felt a slight tug on her hair, similar to what I had requested with my ponytail. It was subtle, but enough for her to notice. The spirits were making themselves known in their own quiet ways. We moved deeper into the cemetery, continuing our investigation. Using a digital recorder, we began asking questions, hoping to capture some EVPs. The first question came from Sherry. "Where are you?" There was silence for a moment, but when we played back the recording, we heard a faint male voice respond, "I'm above the trees." The voice was clear enough to send chills down our spines. Above the trees? What did that mean? Was the spirit watching us from above? Or was it simply describing its resting place? Next, I asked, "Is there life elsewhere?" This was a broad question, one that could refer to both life after death and the existence of otherworldly beings. Again, silence followed the question, but when we listened to the playback, the same male voice responded, "Maybe." It wasn't a definitive answer, but the fact that we received a response at all was incredible. The atmosphere around us grew heavier as the night progressed. There's something about being in a cemetery at night that sharpens your senses. Every sound becomes more significant. Every shift in the air feels like it could be the presence of something unseen. As we prepared to leave, Sherry leaned toward me and whispered, "Let's go." Almost immediately after, we picked up another EVP. A male voice, the same as before, said, I can read your mind. This sent a chill through both of us. Was the spirit really reading our thoughts, or was it just mimicking what it heard? Either way, the message was unnerving. Interestingly, we found that our daytime visit to the cemetery had been more active. During that earlier investigation, when I had asked the spirits to touch me, I felt a burning sensation on my leg that later turned into a bruise. The bruise itself was strange. It looked like a thumbprint, as if someone had pressed hard against my skin. The daytime seemed to bring out more physical interactions, but the nighttime atmosphere made the experiences feel more intense, more charged with energy. Before we left the cemetery that night, Sherry stopped suddenly, looking around. She thought she heard someone call her name, but I was on the other side of the cemetery, far from her, and no one else was with us. It was another mystery added to the list of strange events we had experienced that night. Ghost hunts, as exciting as they can be, often have long periods of silence. Stakeouts can stretch for hours with little to no activity, so I always bring something to read to pass the time. While waiting for the next surge of activity, I shared some of my favorite reading material with Sherry. I had brought along After Dark, a collection of horror by Jeannie Rector, a horror novel that keeps you on edge, even when there's nothing paranormal going on. I also carried The Key of It All by David Allen Hulse, a deep dive into the sacred languages and mystical systems from around the world. This book has fascinated me for years, exploring everything from ancient languages to magic. Even the legendary musician Carlos Santana has been known to read it. Having good books on hand during a ghost hunt is more important than you might think. The quiet moments of a stakeout can stretch on, but the thrill of discovering something, whether it's an EVP, a cold spot, or even an apparition, makes all the waiting worthwhile. It's those moments when the paranormal reaches out to us that remind me why I continue to seek out these experiences. The unknown calls to us, and each investigation brings us one step closer to understanding it. That night at St. John Baptist Church Cemetery was just another chapter in the ongoing exploration of the paranormal. Each EVP, each strange brush of air or touch on the skin, adds to the larger puzzle of what lies beyond our physical world. It all began in January 2006. The first sign seemed innocent enough, just a jar of peanut butter. I found it lying on its side on the rim of the kitchen sink, with a big glob of peanut butter smeared on the counter and a dripping pool of melted peanut butter on the floor. I brushed it off as the kids being messy, thinking nothing more of it. But that was just the beginning. Over the course of the next year, strange and unsettling things began happening in our house. It was like the house had a mind of its own. Objects dumped, sprayed, spilled, or broken for no reason. Furniture moved by itself. Doors slammed shut without anyone near them. The electricity flickered, and lights would turn on and off at random. It felt like we were living with a destructive, invisible force. By early 2007, things took a terrifying turn. The activity became violent, almost malicious. Furniture was thrown, and it seemed especially focused on my daughter's bedroom. Every day, something new would be hurled at her door. Pots, pans, dishes, even knives. Anything that wasn't nailed down became a weapon. We couldn't keep anything in the house for long. Toilet paper, soap, shampoo, and other essentials disappeared as soon as we brought them in. Toilet paper ended up in the toilet, cell phones were dunked in coffee, and one even ended up buried in a jar of peanut butter. The violence wasn't limited to objects. It started banging on the walls, punching holes in the bedroom doors with an 8-pound mallet. It bent doorknobs beyond repair and filled the locks with fingernail polish, jamming them so that we couldn't open or close doors easily. Sometimes we'd leave the house, only to find ourselves locked out upon returning, with no explanation. It was relentless. It destroyed our dishwasher and flooded the house by plugging up the sink. The air conditioner became its favorite toy. I'd set it at 81 degrees, but every morning it was mysteriously set to 79. No matter what we did, it would undo it like some unseen force was mocking us. Flour, sugar, coffee, any food items we had, would be dumped onto the floor or spread across the countertops in a mess we couldn't keep up with. Once, it flung cake icing all over the living room, on the walls, the ceilings, the floor, and soon, Our laughter at the ridiculousness of it all turned into dread. It grew more sinister as time passed. It began setting traps. Once, it balanced an egg on the bathroom door, so that it would fall the moment the door was opened. Another time, it covered the ceiling fan in cinnamon and sugar, and when we entered the room and turned on the fan, the mess would rain down on us. Twice, it placed a lighter in the coffee pot, causing it to explode. The second explosion shattered the pot into pieces. We never knew what to expect when we opened a door or walked down the hallway. Each day became a new nightmare. The worst part came when it started attacking our electronics. My brand new flat panel monitor was slashed repeatedly. My daughter's brand new Dell laptop was sprayed with shaving cream and other unknown substances. We would step away from the computer for just a few minutes, only to return and find perfectly round piles of cat feces placed on the keyboards. Even more bizarre, we found my daughter's bikini underwear hanging from the branches of a pepper tree in our front yard, something that left us all deeply disturbed. We captured over 500 digital photos and videos documenting the attacks, especially the relentless assault on my daughter's bedroom door. Desperate for help, we reached out to anyone who might be able to provide answers. An investigative team from San Diego visited us 5 times, bringing with them the latest in paranormal equipment. Their conclusions were vague, but they confirmed that something was happening. Yet there was no solution, no way to stop it. We even tried a cleansing of the house, but it didn't work. Our family wasn't unified enough to create the strength needed to banish whatever this thing was. By March 2007, it reached a terrifying peak. One night, while my daughter was asleep, it spread toilet paper and paper towels throughout the house and set 2 fires beneath them. That was the final straw. This thing wasn't just messing with us anymore. It was trying to kill us. We couldn't afford to wait any longer, couldn't keep hoping it would just stop on its own. We packed up and moved out. We had no choice. Our lives were at risk and the house was no longer safe. The scars from that time run deep. We've moved on physically, but mentally and emotionally, the healing process has been slow. There are nights when the memories come flooding back, and the fear grips us all over again. We'll never forget what happened in that house. The unseen force that terrorized our family. We're just trying to find peace now. I'm 23 years old, and over the last 2 years, I've had several paranormal experiences. The thing is, I can't always be sure whether I'm dreaming or if it's real, but every time, it feels like I'm awake. Most of these experiences have been terrifying, until the most recent one. This one was different. It was serene, calming, and for the first time, I felt like I was being protected. Where it all happened, one evening, I was staying at my mom's house. I've had experiences in her home before, so I was always a bit on edge when I slept there. My mom keeps mirrors in the guest bedroom where I was sleeping, and I've heard that mirrors can act as gateways between our world and the other side. I had an uneasy feeling that night, almost like I knew I was going to have a visitor. Trying to calm my nerves, I told myself, if something does show up, don't be afraid. Just ask it what it wants. So, before I fell asleep, I set my mind on these 2 questions. What do you want? What can I do for you? Not long after that, I drifted off. The next thing I remember is waking up, but I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. It was like I was paralyzed, stuck in my own body. But it didn't feel like a dream. I was aware of everything around me, my room, the bed, the air. Everything felt so real. Unlike normal dreams, where things are disconnected or blurry, this felt sharp and clear. That's when I heard it. Voices. Childlike voices mixed with adult laughter, filling the room but not making much sense. Over the top of these voices was a constant murmur or humming sound, right in my ear. My instincts told me to pay attention to every detail. I kept reminding myself, remember this, remember everything. Is this a dream or reality? A moment of fear, and then courage. Suddenly, I felt a presence in the room, and fear washed over me. I didn't feel safe. The weight of something unseen hovered nearby, and my heart raced. But I remembered something my dad had once told me. He said that spirits can't hurt me, that I have more power over them than they do over me. He also told me that if any visitors showed up with bad intentions, I should tell them to leave. But if they needed help, I should do my best to assist them. Gathering my courage, I spoke aloud. Well, as best as I could without moving. If you do not have good intentions, you must leave immediately. But if you do have good intentions, what do you want from me? What can I do to help? An unexpected visitor. The change was instant. I felt two gentle hands run through my hair, like a wave washing over my head. They were soft, warm, and unmistakably a woman's hands. The sensation was so clear, so real, that there was no doubt in my mind. She kept brushing her hands through my hair, as if she was standing behind me, comforting me. Then, I felt her slowly pull the hairband from my hair. The entire time this was happening, I was in awe, but I kept telling myself, remember this, don't forget this, you're awake. Her presence didn't feel threatening. In fact, it was calming. After she removed the hairband, she gently massaged my neck and shoulders. I've never felt anything so peaceful. It was shocking, but in the best way possible. Her touch soothed me, as if she was taking away all the fear and tension in my body. This went on for what felt like a few minutes, and then, just as gently as she had come, she left. The room felt different afterward, quieter, more still. It was as if she had cleared the space, telling everyone else, all the other strange voices I had heard earlier, to leave me alone. Was it real? I can't say with 100% certainty that it wasn't a dream, but I swear, it felt more real than any dream I've ever had. Every sensation, every moment, was vivid and unmistakable, as if I was fully awake the entire time. Now, instead of being afraid when I sense a presence, I want to embrace it. I want to keep experimenting, to stop being scared and start asking, how can I help? Maybe these visitors need something from me, and maybe I can be of service. Anything is possible. This experience taught me something important. Fear can limit our understanding of what's possible. But when we approach the unknown with openness and courage, we might find that it's not always something to fear. There's more out there than we realize, if we're willing to explore it. I was fast asleep one night when I suddenly awoke, realizing I couldn't breathe. Now, I have several cats, don't most psychic people? And sometimes they like to lie down on my face while I'm sleeping, such is their way. As someone once wisely told me, the one thing to always remember about cats is, if they were bigger, they'd eat you. Smiley face. Naturally, I assumed one of my cats had made itself comfortable on my face. But as I became more fully awake, I realized something far more disturbing. I couldn't move. And even more alarming, the pillow that my head had been resting on was now folded over my face, covering it tightly. I was lying on my side, so I thought maybe a cat had slipped under the pillow. But no, that wasn't it. Panic quickly set in because not only could I not move, I also couldn't breathe. The pillow wasn't just resting over my face. It was being pressed into me. With all my strength, I managed to move my head ever so slightly, just enough to shake it back and forth. After a couple of agonizing seconds, the pillow suddenly dropped away from my face. That's when I saw it. A tall, thin figure standing right next to my bed. It looked like death, but instead of the usual dark cloak, this figure was all in white. It was like a skeleton wrapped in a heavy, hooded robe, its face completely obscured by an eerie, ethereal whiteness. In an instant, before I could react, the figure reached down and grabbed my bedspread. It yanked it over my face, pressing it down, trying to suffocate me all over again. My heart was racing. I thought, this thing is going to kill me. I have to do something. But no matter how much I tried, I couldn't move. I was paralyzed. Then, I remembered something I had recently learned while studying auras. In that moment, I realized it was my only chance. With every ounce of strength, I envisioned an energy field surrounding me. I focused on solidifying it, and when I felt it was strong enough, I pushed it outward with all my might, aiming it at this terrifying figure beside my bed. Suddenly, the bedspread flew off my face, almost completely off the bed, and I watched as the figure was thrown backward by my energy. It recoiled, flying away from the bed, becoming smaller and smaller until it disappeared completely. The moment it was gone, I could move again. I immediately jumped out of bed, turned on every light in the room, and began screaming and crying uncontrollably. I was utterly terrified. I truly believed something had just tried to kill me. I couldn't stop screaming and crying for 2 days. I felt traumatized, as though I had narrowly escaped death. I couldn't go to work, and it took me nearly a week to even step back into my bedroom. Even then, it was about a month before I could sleep without having every single light on. Whenever I share this story, people ask me why I still live in the same place. I always tell them, if something evil is out to get you, it will find you no matter where you are. Moving won't change that. This happened in April 2003, and I'll never forget it. Here are some random ghostly events that have happened in my current apartment over the years. The first paranormal experience I had here was quite a memorable one. One night, I woke up to find a full-sized horse standing right by my bed, in my tiny apartment, no less. Startled, I screamed, "What is that?" As if things weren't strange enough, I then noticed a cowboy sitting on the horse, dressed in traditional Old West attire. He tipped his hat to me, lightly nudged the horse with his spurs, and they both calmly sauntered through the wall and disappeared. Now, keep in mind, I live on the second floor, and the wall they went through is an exterior wall. When I tell people this story, they always ask, "But didn't the horse fall once it went outside?" My response, "Hello, it's a ghost. If it can walk through a wall, I'm pretty sure gravity's not a concern." Smiley face. Another time, I woke up to see a man standing at the foot of my bed. He looked about 50, a bit pudgy, wearing a dark blue checked shirt and khaki pants. He didn't seem threatening at all. Once he realized I had seen him, he vanished without a trace. Then there was the night I was trying to fall asleep when I felt something moving under my blankets. It was a lump, slowly making its way from the edge of the bed toward me. Naturally, I assumed one of my cats had crawled under there, so I reached out to pet it, saying, "Oh, what a cute kitty." But the moment my hand touched the blankets, the lump disappeared. Nothing was there. That freaked me out, especially since it had felt exactly the size of a cat. In my bedroom, there's a huge window that takes up half the wall. Living in the middle of the city, there's always a decent amount of ambient light coming through, thanks to streetlights and my neighbor's bright security light that's always on. One night, as I turned off the light to go to sleep, I was thrown into total darkness. I mean, the kind of pitch-black darkness you only experience deep inside a cave. Complete, overwhelming, and almost threatening. I quickly turned the light back on and looked out the window, expecting to see the city lights out. But no, the lights were still shining as usual. I turned the light off again, and once more, I was plunged into that thick, oppressive darkness. Felt like I had been thrown into another dimension. Needless to say, I turned the light right back on and kept it on for the rest of the night. Then there was the time I woke up just in time to see a hairy creature running at me with a club raised over its head like it was going to hit me. I screamed, and before it could reach me, the creature was suddenly flung backward. It shrank smaller and smaller until it disappeared completely. Now, most of these encounters have happened at night, so skeptics could argue that I was just tired or imagining things. But several times, in broad daylight, I've experienced something just as strange. In my living room, a little cloud of small lights will appear near the ceiling and swirl around for a few minutes. My cats always notice it first. They'll run over, stand on their hind legs, and reach out toward the lights, chattering excitedly, just like they do when they spot a bird or something interesting outside. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, the light cloud disappears, and the cats return to their regular business, sleeping and destroying everything I own. Oh well, back in 1993, I was living in Santa Barbara when I found myself suddenly unemployed. After months of trying to find work, I started going to local temp agencies for help. However, one by one, they all turned me down. Despite having an engineering degree, they told me I was overqualified for the positions they had available. Out of the 7 temp agencies in town, 6 rejected me outright, without even taking my resume. But the 7th agency was different. Not only did they accept me, but they also offered me a job. I later learned that this agency was run by 2 women with strong psychic abilities, and many of their workers also had psychic gifts. At this new job, I became friends with a girl who was a powerful psychic. She'd tell me things like what I had for breakfast or what would be in my mail when I got home. It was freaky, to say the least. At that time, I was really into using a Ouija board, though I've since learned why one should never do that. This girl, too, was deeply involved with the Ouija board, which was her primary tool for spiritual communication. She had a beautiful custom-made board, round, wooden, and intricately decorated. It was stunning, almost like a piece of art. Her background story was unique. She claimed that in every incarnation, she had been killed by the same evil spirit who was jealous of her relationship with her soulmate. Apparently, this spirit had always killed her with the same jeweled dagger. In this lifetime, she had identified both her soulmate and the evil spirit, who, interestingly, were married to each other. She even had a photograph of them, and in the picture, the woman was wearing a jeweled dagger on her belt, just as she had described. So, one night, we were using the Ouija board and talking with her guardian angel when, suddenly, an evil spirit took over the board. It began swearing at us and making threats. Feeling uneasy, we decided to end the session and call it a night. By then, it was already around 2 a.m. As we were discussing what had just happened, I told her that I would try to help her in any way I could to stop her from repeating this terrible fate. She thanked me, and I gathered my things to leave. I had only taken about 10 steps outside her door when I heard a loud scream right in my ear. It was as if someone had run past me, screaming, because the sound was soft at first, then got louder and faded again. I spun around, but no one was there. It was 2 a.m., and her apartment complex was silent. Shaken, I rushed back inside and told her what happened. We decided to consult the board again, asking her guardian angel to confirm what I had heard. To my horror, the message was clear. "Don't help her, you jerk." At that point, I was terrified, convinced that this evil spirit was now targeting me. My friend did her best to calm me down, and she promised to ask her guardian angel to accompany me home to ensure I was safe. I wasn't sure I believed that was possible, but I agreed anyway. So, I got in my car and started driving home. A few minutes later, as I was driving on the freeway, something incredible happened. A man appeared in the passenger seat of my car. He was solid, as real as you or me. He looked about 35, had blonde hair, and was wearing a red plaid shirt with blue jeans. His body was turned toward me, and he smiled and waved before disappearing. I was in shock, but instead of feeling scared, a sense of calm and peace washed over me. I thought, so, he really did follow me home. That's pretty cool. When I got back to my apartment and parked the car, he appeared again, just as solid as before, sitting cross-legged on the hood of my car. He smiled and waved at me again before vanishing. The next morning, while I was taking a shower, I had another strange experience. 2 eyeballs appeared on the shower wall, looked around for a moment, and then disappeared. That freaked me out the most. Probably because I was naked at the time, but I assumed the eyes belonged to the guardian angel. Thankfully, nothing bad ever happened to me in regard to the evil spirit, and I never saw the red plaid man again. When people ask if I was scared when he showed up in my car while I was going 70 miles per hour, I tell them no. Every time he appeared, I felt completely at peace, and I knew I was safe with him. It was truly an interesting and unforgettable experience. About 2 years ago, I took over my stepmother's job, watching over a sweet elderly woman named Margie for about a month. The arrangement was that I would live with Margie throughout the course of my employment, which I was happy to do since the Bacas were such kind and welcoming people. First, everything was wonderful. I quickly grew fond of Margie. She had such a funny personality despite suffering from senile dementia. Every morning, I'd help her out of bed and walk her to the bathroom. On the way, she would stop and point ahead, saying, "Look," but I never saw anything. I'd just smile and continue helping her, thinking that was as strange as it would get. But at night, things took a different turn. Each day, my work with Margie would end at 8 p.m., and I would retire to the back room of the house near Margie's bedroom. It was a nice enough room, but also the coldest in the house. The first week passed without incident, but by the second week, things started to get a little unusual. One night, I was lying in bed watching a John Lennon documentary on my portable DVD player. I must have dozed off at some point, but what startled me awake was a sneeze. Instantly after I sneezed, I heard a distinct, "Bless you." I jumped up, startled and confused. The voice had been that of a man, but when I rewound the DVD, there was no mention of those words anywhere. I opened my door and peeked down the hallway. The house was quiet and everyone was fast asleep. I ran the entire documentary again the next day, but there was still no "bless you." I decided to brush it off, even though it left me feeling uneasy. Another night, I was in my room getting ready to groom my eyebrows. I set my tweezers down on the bed but was interrupted by a phone call. After I hung up, I went back to my bed, only to find my tweezers were gone. I searched everywhere, under the bed, by the closet, even shaking out all the blankets. They had vanished. Confused, I asked Paul, my boss and Margie's son, if he had borrowed them. He hadn't. When I returned to my room, there they were, right in the middle of the bed I had just torn apart. My heart pounded as I stood there, trying to understand what had just happened. I barely slept that night, too afraid to close my eyes. The final week of my stay brought the most startling experience. As usual, I woke up at 7 a.m. and began making my bed. It was a queen-sized bed with 3 layers of sheets. I smoothed out the second layer, tucking in the right side. When I walked around to tuck in the left side, I was shocked to see that it was already perfectly tucked in. I hadn't touched that side yet. Freaked out, I stood there for a moment, then nervously said, "Thank you. Can I help you with something?" The room remained silent. Unable to keep it to myself any longer, I went to Paul and told him everything that had been happening. That's when he shared something with me. Before he bought the house, it had belonged to a couple, 2 women, who had warned him that the house had spirits. They assured him that they were benign spirits who liked to play harmless tricks. Paul didn't mind and he bought the house anyway. He lived there with his wife and 3 children for over 20 years, but his wife passed away in 1999. He believed that her spirit still roamed the house, helping with little tasks, just like she used to do when she was alive. He explained that the room I was staying in had belonged to their 2 older sons, so it was a space she had spent a lot of time in. Hearing this put me at ease. It was comforting to think that I might have encountered her spirit, still watching over the family she loved. I've always felt connected to the idea of communicating with the dead, and this experience only deepened my belief that spirits are drawn to me. I'm more than willing to help them however I can. I've had other experiences as well, but I'll save those stories for another time. I hope you enjoyed hearing about my time with Margie and the spirits in her home. If you've had similar encounters, don't be afraid. I believe that if we approach these experiences with calmness, we can better understand them. Your energy affects them too, so stay grounded and don't be afraid to speak to them. When I was in the 4th grade, my family moved into a house in Cypress, California. On the outside, it looked like any other house on the block, but inside, it was anything but ordinary. The previous owner had renovated the upstairs, turning 4 bedrooms into 1 large loft. But there was something else in the house, something only us kids seemed to encounter for the longest time. The strangeness began on the very first day we moved in. We watched in disbelief as a spice rack, sitting at the back of the counter, slid across the tiled surface, over the lip at the edge, and crashed to the floor. When we told our parents, they didn't believe us. They just assumed one of us had knocked it over. But as the weeks passed, the strange occurrences continued. In the kitchen, the clock would periodically jump off the wall and land perfectly on the refrigerator, which was 3 feet away, never once hitting the ground. The TV and stereo would turn on by themselves, tuned to nothing but static. 3 to 4 times a week, we'd hear scratching noises coming from the east side of the house, even though there were no trees or bushes outside that wall. Sometimes my little sister and I would hear movement in the upstairs closet when no one else was up there. Despite all this, our parents still thought it was just our overactive imaginations until one night. That night, my sister Kina and I, along with 2 of our other sisters, were in Kina's part of the loft on the east side of the house, watching TV. Suddenly, we heard music coming from the music boxes on the other side of the loft, where my other sisters' beds were. Curiosity got the better of them, and they went to check it out. But as soon as they turned the corner by the stairs, things took a terrifying turn. From outside Keena's window, a voice called out to her. A scratchy whisper repeating her name over and over. By the third time it called her name, we were already bolting down the stairs, followed closely by our other two sisters, who had heard the music stop the moment they reached the music boxes. We ran straight to our dad, telling him everything that had just happened. He decided to check it out for himself, and we all followed him upstairs, moving as one. The house was eerily silent as he approached the window, pulling back the curtains. You could have heard a pin drop in the stillness that followed. On the outside of the window were two smeared handprints, and hanging from the beam of the roof was a noose. My dad immediately thought someone had tried to break into the house and called the police. When they arrived, they searched the house and the surrounding property but found nothing. Then they told my dad something chilling. No one could have accessed that side of the house from the outside. It was only possible from inside. That's when they revealed the tragic history of the house. Years before, a family had lived there, and they had a teenage daughter. One day, her parents came home early to find her body hanging from a noose by that very window. Just like we had seen, there were two smeared handprints on the outside of the window. That was all my dad needed to hear. We moved out that same week, realizing that, for whatever reason, she was still there, and she didn't want any other children in that house. Even now, when I pass by that house in Cyprus, I can't shake the feeling that something is watching me. And to this day, when I hear something outside my window, I hesitate to look, afraid that something might be looking back. When I was 8 years old, my parents bought a home in Burlingame, California. They were thrilled with the location and the deal they got on the house. From the outside, it looked like any other house on the block. But inside, it was anything but ordinary. The first time I walked into the house, I remember telling my mom, "It's so dark in here." She reassured me that with some fresh paint and new drapes, it would brighten up. But I think the darkness I felt wasn't just from the walls or curtains. It was something deeper, something hidden within the seams of the house. And it didn't stay hidden for long. Before we moved our belongings in, my dad and his friend, Dick, went to refinish the hardwood floors. That's when things started to get strange. Whenever they turned on the sander, the radio would blare to life. When they turned off the radio, the lights would flicker on. Then the entire house would lose power. They checked the fuses, but none were burnt out. My dad called the power company, but the technician found nothing wrong with the connection to the house. He suggested calling an electrician who came and witnessed the same bizarre behavior, the way unrelated switches controlled distant appliances. The electrician told my dad that the house needed to be rewired, but oddly enough, after that announcement, everything started working again. No explanation. And over the years, this electrical stunt repeated itself many times. We just had to wait it out whenever it happened, because nothing was wrong with the fuses or the power supply. After we moved in, we began hearing strange noises, footsteps, knocking on doors, and the sound of the back door opening and slamming shut, followed by footsteps climbing the stairs. My parents brushed it off, saying the house was settling. When I went to bed, I would sometimes hear heavy breathing right next to my face. My parents insisted it was just the water heater making noise. Occasionally, I'd hear my mom call my name, only to find out she hadn't called me, and vice versa. Then there were the long auburn hairs I found in my bedroom, which confused me since I didn't know anyone with auburn hair. Our neighbors, who had lived next door for over 20 years, mentioned that they hoped we'd stay longer than the previous families. Apparently, no one had lived in the house for more than 3 months at a time, despite it always being sold, never rented. Some experiences were terrifying. I would wake up in the middle of the night feeling someone grabbing my ankles and pulling me off the bed. My parents assured me it was just a nightmare. I also woke up with short, jagged pieces of my hair missing, and my mom blamed it on the pin curls I used. One afternoon, I felt uneasy in my bedroom, as though someone was staring at me. I decided to leave the room, but as I stepped toward the door, I reached around the corner to turn off the light. That's when I saw her, a young woman with long auburn hair, sitting on the bed where I had been moments before. She was transparent but unmistakably real. I didn't believe in ghosts, but now I was face to face with one. Terrified, I ran to the bathroom and locked the door. Then it hit me, if she was a ghost, she could walk through walls. So, I unlocked the door and bolted to the living room. The next morning, I told my parents what I had seen. They exchanged uneasy glances and finally admitted that they knew the house was haunted. The ghost I had seen was one they had named Florence. It had taken them 3 years to believe the house was haunted, but after countless nights of hearing footsteps and door slams, they couldn't deny it any longer. The moment that convinced them came one night when, just after turning off the lights, they both saw 2 floating heads above their bed, staring down at them. That's when they started using a Ouija board to communicate with the spirits. Looking back, I'm sure this only made things worse. There were many spirits in that house. I saw only 2 fully formed apparitions, but my parents saw many more. It became common to see objects like books flying across the room. Once, my mom was taking a nap on the couch when she woke up to find the couch floating across the living room with her on top of it. The sliding door between the second and third bedrooms would often slam open or closed without anyone touching it. I would wake up screaming in the middle of the night, though I had no memory of it. My parents described my screams as though I had seen bloody heads rolling across the floor. As the years went by, the house continued to take a toll on us. My parents began acting out of character, becoming much harsher than normal. Shortly before she passed away, my mom confessed that during one conversation with our elderly neighbor, she had to use all her strength to stop herself from strangling her. I told her, "Mom, that wasn't the change of life, it was the ghosts." We lived in that house for 15 years. When my parents finally decided to sell, the ghostly activity ramped up. One morning, my dad lowered the price of the house by a significant amount, and it sold that very day. It wasn't until after the sale that he confided in me. The night before, he had been startled awake by a hand covering his mouth and nose. He was being suffocated by a male ghost we had come to call Dave. It took all his strength to break free. For the first time, my dad apologized for not believing me all those years. After we left, the house was rented out to a series of tenants, including a minister. Each one moved out almost as soon as they had moved in. Eventually, the house was replaced by an apartment building. I often wonder if the ghost stayed with the house or haunt the new building that stands in its place. But one thing is for sure, I never want to go back and find out for myself. Ever since I was about 9 or 10 years old, I've been able to sense ghosts. I felt them, heard them, but I hadn't seen one until about a year and a half ago, when I was 18. My family had just moved out of the house we'd lived in since I was in kindergarten, a place we called home for 12 years. In that house, I always felt like there was a ghost, but it was a nice one. It only bothered me a few times, and I had mostly grown used to its presence. Then we moved into a new place, a 2-story townhouse that I absolutely loved. My sister and I shared a room upstairs, and we had a balcony with huge sliding glass doors that opened up to it. The room was perfect, but after a few nights, I noticed something strange. My room would always be freezing cold, even though the rest of the house stayed warm. I complained to my mom, telling her how cold it was in there. She said it must be because of the sliding glass doors and bought thick curtains to block out the cold. It helped a little, but the room still never felt quite right. I usually came home around 10:30 or 11 p.m., talked to my boyfriend on the phone, then went upstairs to bed. But every night, I had this uncomfortable feeling like I was being watched. First, I tried to ignore it. One night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps running up and down the hallway. I figured it was my parents or my brother, but when I asked them about it the next morning, they all swore they hadn't gotten up during the night. I brushed it off, but the feeling of being watched never went away. Another night, around 1 or 2 a.m., I was jolted awake by footsteps going down the stairs. Then, I heard the door to the backyard slam open and closed, like someone was angrily throwing it around. I was terrified but forced myself to stay in bed, turning away and closing my eyes tight, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the fear. I told my boyfriend about the strange things happening in my room, how I always felt like someone was there with me. He thought I was overreacting, telling me I was imagining things, until one night when he came over to watch a movie. We were in my room, and the TV was set up near the sliding glass doors to the balcony. As he was putting the movie in, he dropped the DVD and suddenly froze, staring at something outside. I asked him what was wrong, and he said, "I don't want to scare you, but I just saw a woman standing on your balcony, and then she vanished." He described her as having long blonde or white hair and wearing a blue dress. Unfortunately, I didn't see her, but the look on his face told me he wasn't joking. From that point on, my boyfriend started believing me. Not long after, my boyfriend was babysitting my 1-year-old brother at our house. He put my brother down to sleep in his crib upstairs, and then, after hearing footsteps, he went to check on him. When he walked up the stairs, the bathroom light was on, so he switched it off and went into my parents' room to check on my brother, who was fast asleep. Satisfied, he started to head back downstairs but noticed that the bathroom light had turned on again. He thought it was weird but switched it off once more and headed downstairs. A little while later, he heard footsteps again and went back upstairs. This time, the bathroom light was on again, and when he checked on my brother, he found him sitting up in his crib, staring at the wall. It was strange because my brother usually cried when he woke up, but not this time. He just sat there, silently staring, as if in a trance. Things got even stranger a week later. My boyfriend, stepdad, brother, and I were all sitting in the living room when I heard something behind me. I turned around and saw a woman standing there. "Mom!" I called out, but as soon as I said it, the woman vanished. Startled, I jumped up, thinking my mom must have come home early, but after searching the house, I realized she wasn't there. It was the same woman my boyfriend had seen on the balcony, the one with the blonde hair and blue dress. I had mistaken her for my mom because of her hair. Another unsettling encounter happened when my boyfriend spent the night downstairs. In the middle of the night, he woke up to see the same woman standing at the end of the couch, just staring at him. He said she stood there for a few minutes, then turned and walked away, heading toward the stairs. He watched as she ascended the staircase, and then he heard her footsteps in the hallway, moving toward my room. This woman, this ghost, was so strange. She didn't seem angry or harmful, but there was something about her that really creeped me out. It was like she needed attention, like she was trying to communicate something, but we couldn't figure out what. She was the only ghost I've ever seen, and even though she didn't seem dangerous, her presence left a lasting impression on me. I still don't know why she was there or what she wanted, but she made me feel uneasy in a way I can't explain. There's something extra eerie about tonight, especially with a blue moon lighting up the sky. It makes me think back to my days in the army, where scouts would go ahead of the unit to check things out before a move on an enemy site. Well, HPI, Haunted and Paranormal Investigations, of Northern California has its own version of scouts. Tonight, HPI paranormal investigator Jennifer Baca and I will be scouting out 2 haunted locations in Elk Grove and 1 in the Pocket area of Sacramento. It's Friday, June 1st, 2007, and Jennifer, with her usual big smile, has just arrived at my home in Elk Grove, eager for a night of ghost hunting. I decided to bring along my Jack Russell Terrier, Pika. Pika has had his own paranormal moment, once sensing a ghost at the old Broadway cemetery, so I figured he might be useful tonight. You could call him a paranormal investigation dog. My black chow, T-Rex, on the other hand, remains oblivious to hauntings, more interested in food than ghosts. So, T-Rex stays home while Pika joins Jennifer and me on this eerie adventure. Our first stop is near some wetlands where my son Jason and his friends used to party. They often gathered near a clump of eucalyptus trees and an old historical site called the Lee/Whiteman site. Just off Bighorn Boulevard, Jason's friends claimed they'd seen a white mist moving around the trees and the site itself, but I never gave it much thought. Later, I learned the eucalyptus trees were imported from Australia and made perfect shelter for early settlers in the Elk Grove region. The Lee/Whiteman site where we were headed had once housed a blacksmith shop in 1865. By 1907, renovations had been done, and a barn and tenant house were built there in 1936. There's nothing left now but a sign describing what used to be. The sign mentions the ranch once had a main house, blacksmith shop, smokehouse, barn, granary, pump house, harvester shed, and storage shed. Before we dive into the details of our investigation, let me introduce Jennifer Baca. She's a fascinating woman with a rich background. From January 1994 to September 1995, she served in the Navy as an E-2 electrician mate, stationed in Washington State. She even worked on the USS Camden. Jennifer grew up as a military brat, living in places like Japan, Yokoto and Okinawa, Texas, Oregon, Florida, and Michigan. She's always had a deep interest in the paranormal, which she believes is in her DNA. Her ex-sister-in-law Karen, who is a medium, exposed her to the world of spirits early on. Despite having 2 children and being married to a wonderful man named Tony, Jennifer still finds time for her many hobbies: hiking, biking, swimming, and reading horror books. Her favorite movie is Titanic, and she's a fan of CSI, Grey's Anatomy, and House. Jennifer is a natural fit for ghost hunting, and tonight, she's equipped with her EVP, electronic voice phenomenon monitor. We arrive at the clump of eucalyptus trees where Jason and his friends had claimed to see the white mist. Graffiti covers the trees, likely the work of Jason's friends, and the atmosphere feels heavy. The trees sway gently in the wind under the blue moon's glow, creating a haunting scene. The historical site nearby feels even more ominous. As we walk through the area, there's an undeniable strangeness in the air. It feels like stepping into the past. My mind starts to picture the old blacksmith shop and barn that once stood here. As Jennifer works her EVP monitor, I suddenly spot something unusual. It's a gorgeous but very dead white owl lying on the ground. Its feathers are pristine, as if it had only recently passed. Both Jennifer and I are struck by the beauty of the creature, but there's something unsettling about finding it here in this haunted space. After a while, we decide to head back to my car, a 2003 maroon Stratus that I affectionately call Ghost Tracker. From there, we set off toward our next destination, the Pocket area in Sacramento. The Pocket area has a reputation of its own. Some of the homes near the canal are said to have been built over a Portuguese cemetery, and reports of hauntings in this area have even made their way into books about California hauntings. As we walk along the canal, we find a park and begin taking digital photos. Almost immediately, we capture orbs in several of the images. But what really shocks us is one particular photo. I take a picture of the park, and the image shows a massive burst of light. The odd thing is that when I snapped the picture, the area was completely dark. I took another photo from the same spot, and this time the picture came out as expected, pitch black. Jennifer tries with her camera, and again, no light appears. So where did that burst of light come from? Could it have been a spirit making its presence known? As we continue to investigate the area, Jennifer gets startled twice. First by the splash of a large fish hitting the water, and then by the eerie quacking of a goose in the distance. It's a strange, unsettling atmosphere, and we both agree it's time to wrap up the investigation. On the drive home, I think about the night's events. Were the 2 spots in Elk Grove really haunted, or had Jason and his friends simply imagined things during their late-night parties? The Pocket area, however, seemed more credible. With so many stories from residents claiming their homes were haunted, and the strange light we captured on camera, there's definitely something going on there. As I head home to analyze the EVPs and photos, I can't help but feel that this is just the beginning of our exploration of these haunted places. There's always more to uncover in the world of the paranormal. As a child, I experienced the loss of many people in my family or people close to me. Before they died, I would often get feelings, dreams, or images that seemed to foreshadow their passing. This made me incredibly fearful of anything supernatural, ghosts, spirits, and things beyond our world. I tried my best to ignore these feelings, but they haunted me all the same. When my mother passed away, I went to live with my grandmother, and our rooms were next to each other. I was always afraid to sleep alone, so I would ask her to keep her bedroom door open, while I kept mine open too. It helped me feel close to her, but the fear never left. I felt trapped. If my door was open, something could come in, but if it was closed, something might already be in the room, and I wouldn't be able to escape. No matter what I did, I was terrified. For comfort, I always slept with a specific teddy bear I called Mr. Fuzz, the last gift I ever received from my mother. That bear had been with me for years, and although I can't remember exactly what happened to it, I do miss it sometimes. In its later years, though, it started to look strange to me, almost demonic. So maybe it was for the best that it's gone now. Mr. Fuzz had been replaced by the comfort of my boyfriend for the last 3 years, before I lost him too. One night, and of all nights, it was Halloween. My grandma had a guest over, and she shut her door for the night. I was about 10 or 11 years old, and by mistake, I had left Mr. Fuzz at my aunt's house. The fact that her door was closed and I didn't have my teddy bear made it impossible for me to fall asleep easily. I kept tossing and turning in bed. At some point, I woke up because I heard voices. At first, I thought they were coming from outside my window, assuming maybe some late-night trick-or-treaters were still lingering around. I was too scared to look out, though. I didn't want to see anyone in a scary costume, especially since I was already feeling on edge. The voices stopped briefly, but then they started up again. Reluctantly, I decided to peek out the window, thinking maybe I could ask whoever was outside to leave. But when I looked, no one was there. The voices, however, continued. I then thought perhaps it was my grandmother and her guest talking, but I realized that didn't make sense either. I lay back down, and that's when I saw it. My bed was directly across from my closet, which had mirrored doors. As I settled in, I saw the reflection of 3 people standing there, staring at me. It was like they were watching me, looking right at me. Needless to say, it scared me out of my mind. I jumped out of bed and ran to my grandmother's room. She didn't wake up when I entered, so I lay down on the floor next to her bed, too terrified to sleep. I didn't sleep in my room for days, not until I got my teddy bear back. To this day, I'm not sure if the figures I saw were actually in the mirror or standing next to me, with the mirror reflecting them. Over time, I've learned that the only time I see ghosts is through reflections, though I do often feel strong presences. Since that experience, I moved my bed away from the mirrors, and I never saw those 3 figures again. While living with the father of my child, I experienced several haunting occurrences. The first and most terrifying took place in the first house we lived in. Eventually, we had enough and moved into a second house. I didn't live there at first, but I moved in after several months. By this time, our daughter, who was born prematurely, was just learning to walk, and she loved the space that the large house provided. My boyfriend's family had been living there for an entire year without any unusual incidents, until after his grandmother passed away and his youngest brother, Julian, was shot twice in the head and nearly died. That's when things started to change. I began feeling strange presences and noticing cold spots throughout the house. It was unsettling, but I brushed it off. Our daughter, Andrea, was practicing walking one day, moving from the hallway to the back rooms, and I was sitting in the living room keeping an eye on her. After a few minutes, I realized she was gone. I got up and found her standing in the doorway of Tammy's room, my boyfriend's mother. She was looking up at something, smiling and laughing, but there was no one there, except Tammy, who was asleep in her bed. This wasn't the first time I had found Andrea standing in that same doorway, smiling at something invisible. Eventually, I came to accept that she may have acquired a ghostly playmate. Though it scared me, I didn't think the presence was harmful. Still, I never liked being home alone after that. As time passed and Andrea became more mobile, she loved running around with her cousin, Jemiah. One day, they were playing and chasing each other from the front living room to the hallway, laughing and having fun while I watched from the kitchen. Suddenly, they both stopped in their tracks, standing in the living room, staring at something. I followed their gaze but saw nothing. Then, they turned their heads, looked past me and into the hallway, and started laughing again, running after whatever they had seen. I called Jemiah over and asked her why they had stopped and what they were looking at. She just giggled and said, "That boy, he's so crazy," before running off again. I had no idea who or what she was talking about, but it left me with an eerie feeling. Soon after, Andrea stopped hanging around Tammy's doorway and developed a strange fascination with the front living room. This room was beautifully decorated, but no one ever spent time in there. It was more of a display area, while the second living room was where everyone gathered. Yet Andrea would walk into the front living room by herself, head straight for the bar, and open it. Somehow, she knew exactly how to unlock it. 3 times, she grabbed the wine glasses and broke them. We eventually found a way to keep her out of there, but she would still try to get back in. One day, while I was in the kitchen, I saw something from the corner of my eye. There was a tall, dark figure walking behind me. Startled, I turned to see it disappear. Moments later, my friend William walked into the hallway. I asked him to walk through the area again, thinking maybe it had been his reflection, but I immediately realized that couldn't be the case. William was wearing white, and what I had seen was entirely black. Even Tammy started seeing a figure in the front living room, adding to the growing sense that we were not alone in the house. Another day, it was just my boyfriend and me at home. He was asleep in the back room, and I was watching TV in the second living room when I heard a popping sound coming from the laundry room. It happened repeatedly over the course of 10 minutes, so I finally went to check it out. The dryer door was popping open, which was strange because I had been washing and drying clothes. I closed the door, restarted the dryer, and walked away, only to hear the popping sound again as soon as I left. This time, the door stood open again. Frustrated, I spoke out loud, "Please stop playing games. I need my clothes to dry." I shut the door again, and before I could restart the dryer, it began running on its own. Terrified, I ran back to my room and laid down next to my boyfriend. After that, I noticed my daughter was drawn to the laundry room. She started playing in there often, which added to my unease. I still don't fully understand what was happening in that house. Whether it was the same ghost moving from room to room or several different ones, I'll never know. What I do know is that my daughter seems strangely connected to these spirits, and that thought still creeps me out to this day. Do any of you have children who seem to play with ghosts? It was around 10:30 p.m. and my entire family, my sisters, brother, parents, and I were gathered in the kitchen watching television. Just a week before, my grandmother had passed away. They said she died from eating ice cream, suffering from stomach freeze rather than brain freeze. After her funeral on Saturday, strange things began happening. We started hearing odd noises late at night and witnessing things we couldn't explain. On this particular night, my dad told us it was time for bed since it was getting late. He had a habit of shaking his keychain to scare my little brother into going to sleep faster, which worked every time. That night, the first time he shook his keys, my little brother immediately went to sleep out of fear. I was around 5 or 6 years old at the time, and my sisters and I were still wide awake, cracking jokes and laughing together. We were all sharing a king-size mattress. My mom, sisters, brother, and I, while my dad slept on a single bed nearby because he wanted to avoid distractions. After a while, everyone else started drifting off, but as usual, I was the last one still awake. Just as I was about to close my eyes and get comfortable, I heard the familiar jingle of keys. I knew my dad was already asleep because I could hear him snoring. I called out to him, telling him to stop shaking his keys since everyone was already in bed. But he replied, "I'm not shaking my keys." I thought he was joking, so I asked him again, but he repeated the same thing. Now I was getting scared. I woke up my older sister, and she groggily told me that even though she was asleep, she had also heard the keys jingling. Eventually, I managed to fall asleep, but now my older sister was wide awake. We were sleeping right below an open window, so it was cold. My sister pulled the blanket up to cover our feet, but out of nowhere, the blanket moved and slid down again, leaving our feet exposed. I was terrified. We pulled the blanket over our feet once more, and this time it stayed, but then something even stranger happened. Someone started tickling our feet. Both of us thought it was our dad messing with us, so we asked him to stop. His response, "I'm not tickling your feet. I'm over here sleeping." At this point, we were both terrified. I was too scared to get out of bed or even look around, so I curled up under the blanket. My sister, on the other hand, sat up to take a look. She told me she didn't see anything at first, but just as she was about to lie back down, she saw it. At the end of the mattress, something was standing there, smiling and waving at her. It was a woman, wearing traditional Hmong clothing, the kind people wear for New Year's celebrations or when they pass away. Her face was terrifying. Blood dripped from one side of her mouth, and her teeth were stained red. Her hair was long, black, and messy. As she started to climb onto the bed, my sister screamed as loudly as she could, waking everyone up. I was so scared that I burst into tears, and my younger siblings followed suit. We were all crying, shaken to our core. My parents immediately came to our side, and we told them everything we had seen. They were concerned and decided to visit my grandfather to ask for his advice. He told us that our grandmother had come to visit because she missed us. Since I began writing ghost stories and leaving my infamous paranormal cell phone number in my articles, I've received some surprising calls. One such call came from a young woman named Jenny Swartz, Cohn, who introduced herself as a numerologist. She had a few ghost stories she wanted to share and asked if we could meet at Borders Books. Naturally, I agreed. When we met, Jenny was excited to analyze my birth date and tell me about my numbers. She informed me that my number is 2911. She explained that 11 signifies high positive energy, while 2 represents cooperation and balance. Interestingly, she mentioned that I don't over-cooperate, nor do I under-cooperate, but if I'm pushed into something that doesn't sit well with me, I can become very uncooperative. I found that curious. The number 9, she said, represents universal values like integrity and wisdom. Jenny went on to say that my high energy, symbolized by the number 11, explains why I'm so passionate about writing ghost stories and why I've become so prolific in my work. She also noted that I have well-defined boundaries, which made sense to me. After sharing a little about herself, Jenny told me she follows Eastern philosophies like Hinduism, Taoism, and Buddhism. I told her about my friend David Allen Hulse, who wrote Eastern Mysteries, a book that Carlos Santana once read while retreating to an island, and how Neil Gaiman used some of Hulse's ideas for his Sandman comic series. After discussing my numbers, Jenny shared a personal ghost story with me, one too private to disclose here. I listened attentively as she shared this heartwarming experience. Then she told me another tale from when she was in Ashland, Oregon. While walking through a field late at night, she saw strange bluish-purple lights in the distance. Upon closer inspection, she realized the lights formed shapes, small animals like squirrels and rabbits. To her amazement, she was witnessing the ghostly spirits of animals. But the most shocking part came when she told me about a vivid vision she had. Jenny saw Pope Benedict XVI assassinated in front of a crowd, his arms raised. She looked at me earnestly and said, "Paul, please remember this. I saw the Pope assassinated in my vision." The intensity of her words left me shaken. If her vision were to come true, and if the next Pope took on the name Peter, it could signal the end of the papal line, a prophecy associated with the end of times. This would align with the Mayan prophecy about the age of the jaguar, which was predicted to culminate on December 21, 2012. I left our meeting feeling uneasy, hoping her prediction wouldn't come true, but only time would tell. Delving into the paranormal often means meeting people who push the boundaries of the unknown, and Jenny was certainly one of those individuals. Later that night, I checked in with some of my core group members who were conducting research for our next investigation. First, I spoke with Chris Grissom, one of our paranormal investigators. Chris had been looking into the history of serial killers Charles Chitat-Ing and Leonard Lake. He told me that Leonard Lake, a survivalist, owned a ranch in Wilseyville, Calaveras County, where he and Charles were responsible for at least 25 murders. Lake had devised a plan called Operation Miranda, where he aimed to collect sex slaves to repopulate the world after a nuclear holocaust. The two men videotaped their horrific acts of rape, torture, and murder. When law enforcement closed in on him, Lake took his own life using a cyanide pill. Ing fled to Canada, where he killed 8 more people before being extradited to the U.S. He's now in prison, having even bragged about killing a Marine during his time in the Corps. Next, I contacted Jennifer Baca, another paranormal investigator on the team. Jennifer had been researching the notorious killers Gerald and Charlene Gallego. She discovered that Gerald attended Sacramento High School, while Charlene, with her sweet and approachable demeanor, would lure young women by offering them jobs delivering leaflets. Once the girls were close to their van, they would be kidnapped, and while Charlene drove, Gerald would rape, torture, and murder them. One such abduction occurred at Sunrise Mall in Citrus Heights. Interestingly, amateur paranormal investigator Raquel Nunez captured orb activity at the mall at 2 a.m. on March 14, 2007. While this doesn't directly link the orbs to the Gallego murders, it's something worth investigating further. Michelle Stump, another researcher and paranormal investigator on the team, provided a wealth of information on various serial killers, including ones I hadn't even heard of. Michelle is a crime enthusiast and has read extensively about notorious criminals. She told me about Randall Brent Woodfield, also known as the I-5 killer. Randall committed around 13 murders along the I-5 corridor from Washington to California. Interestingly, Randall had once been drafted by the Green Bay Packers and was even handsome enough to pose for Playgirl magazine. My next encounter came from an unexpected source, Joseph Anthony Soyo, or Joe, as he prefers to be called. After reading one of my articles about the I-5 killer, Charles Ng, and Gallego, Joe reached out to share his own insights into the paranormal. In his email, Joe mentioned that his friend Raquel had captured orb photos at Sunrise Mall, the same place where Gallego abducted one of his victims. He also told me about Humboldt Sink, where Gerald Gallego and his wife took two girls, hit them over the head with a shovel, and buried them. Joe claimed to have captured eerie orb shots in the area and heard from locals about residual hauntings there. According to Joe, the I-5 killer also claimed one of his victims near the Sacramento River embankment at Sutterville and I-5. Joe mentioned that if I went there late at night, I might capture some cool orb shots, as he once did, a misty white apparition near a tree. He strongly believed that the spirit of the I-5 killer's victim haunts that area. He also mentioned Leonard Lake's ranch and suggested it might be haunted, considering the number of murders that took place there. Joe's email ended with a friendly note, offering to show me some magic tricks. He's a fan of Chris Angel and fancies himself a decent magician. It now seems that HPI, Haunted and Paranormal Investigations, is closing in on some new, potentially fascinating paranormal investigations. Stay tuned to see what we uncover at the locations Joe mentioned. Thank you, Joe, for your insightful information. It really helps. I waited in a remote area with a picnic bench surrounded by a clump of trees, preparing for my interview with a real witch. The place was quiet, and there was no one in sight. I could hear birds chirping when, from a clearing in the park, a mysterious woman dressed in black appeared, walking toward me. She introduced herself. "Hi, I'm Donna. I'm your witch." I gestured to the bench and said, "Step into my office. Let's do this interview. Have a seat." Donna began by telling me she had been fascinated with Wicca since high school. Her online name is Badb, after the Celtic goddess Badb Catha, a name she's considering making her permanent craft name. She belongs to a Wiccan circle called Sacred Fire Circle, which was about to host the Sacramento Mabon celebration in 2007. Donna explained that the celebration would include a leaf-burning ceremony, a symbolic act to release negativity into the atmosphere, and each participant would receive an acorn to represent future harvests. Donna's encounter with Thor, the Norse god of thunder. Donna recounted an extraordinary experience from 2003 when she had just begun practicing witchcraft. She was part of a group of Wiccans chanting songs dedicated to Thor, the Norse god of thunder. The circle was led by a witch named Belisama Fire. As they chanted, the night grew stormy, and suddenly, it began to rain heavily, with winds howling and the tarp sheltering them blowing away. When the chanting stopped, so did the storm. What struck Donna and the group was that the storm seemed to have only affected their location, nowhere else. The presence of Thor felt undeniably real that night. Donna joins HPI. Donna recently joined Haunted and Paranormal Investigations, HPI, of Northern California as a paranormal investigator. On a 2007 Haunted Placerville tour, she encountered a wall of energy at one of the locations, which surprised her but wasn't her first paranormal experience. In fact, Donna had been dealing with the supernatural since she was 16 years old. She shared an event from 1972, which occurred when she was living in a double-wide mobile home in Niceville, Florida, near Eglin Air Force Base. Her father was stationed overseas, so Donna and her mother moved to a lot her parents had purchased off-base. From the very first night, Donna experienced strange things. Footsteps, knocking sounds on the walls, and disturbances during the night. She remembers telling the spirits to let her sleep, and after that, the noises stopped. One particularly memorable moment occurred when she was exploring the backyard and was pushed by an unseen force while watching a line of ants. Another time, she was nearly knocked over in her room while her father was assembling some shelves. Over the next year and a half, Donna and her mother experienced several paranormal occurrences in their home. Knocking on walls, footsteps, strange sobbing sounds from Donna's room, bad smells, flickering lights, and even full-figure apparitions. Donna vividly remembers seeing a small figure of a woman in a long dress, resembling someone from the Civil War era. Interestingly, her family members who visited had their own experiences but chose not to share them at the time, fearing they would scare Donna and her mother. It was only years later that they all realized they had been experiencing the same paranormal activity. Recent paranormal experiences. Even in her current home in Rancho Cordova, Donna continues to experience supernatural occurrences. Once, while watching TV, she heard her name called through a window behind her, though no one was outside. On another occasion, while Donna and friends were outside, they saw a shadowy male figure in the living room window, which disappeared when they went to investigate. Around the same time, a friend using the bathroom heard footsteps coming from the living room. Donna also recounted seeing a UFO one night with her mother while driving along Sunrise Boulevard. A large, triangular-shaped craft with blinking lights flew low over their car before disappearing into the night sky. She recalls that the craft was massive, too large, and close to be a plane. Donna believes she is an empath and that her entire family has a connection to the supernatural. From her early years in Niceville to her time living at Castle Air Force Base, where she witnessed animal spirits and shadow people, to her present home, where mysterious knocking and cold spots still occur, she feels that her family has always attracted spirits from the other side. She reflects on her grandmother, Granny, who was known to have some connection to Wicca. Donna believes this connection has drawn energy entities to watch over her family. Perhaps it's their respect for nature that draws these entities to them, as Wiccans embrace the earth and its natural energies, which might attract spirits and supernatural forces. As Donna finished sharing her stories, I was left in awe of her life's experiences with the paranormal. She is a woman deeply connected with nature and the supernatural, with enough stories to fill a book. As she departed, blending into the trees, a gentle breeze followed her, leaving me with a sense of mystery and wonder. Getting lost in San Francisco can be a real nightmare, especially for someone like me who isn't familiar with the city. As a tourist, I feel like it's my right to ask people for directions, but despite that, I've managed to get lost multiple times. Once even in Golden Gate Park. To be honest, I don't know much about San Francisco or Golden Gate Park, so when I arrived at Stowe Lake for the investigation, I was just another face in the crowd of 30 or so people. We split into 4 groups, and by luck, I ended up in a group led by Tommy Netzband, founder of the San Francisco Ghost Society and guide of the Haunted Hate walking tour. Tommy mentioned the Woman of the Lake ghost story, a standard tale that, to me, seemed like every other ghost story you hear about lakes. Tommy himself joked, "What makeout spot near a lake doesn't have a ghost story?" With a skeptical mind but an open heart, I cast myself as the group's intuitive, preparing for a night where I might not encounter anything dramatic. When it comes to communicating with entities, I channel their energy, allowing them to show me mental images or communicate important information. However, I never completely relinquish control. I maintain dominance over my body during these interactions. This controlled method would prove crucial for our investigation that night. Hotspot 1. Right from the start, I began absorbing emotional energy. Someone needed to communicate. I felt an overwhelming sense of sadness and a strong connection to the water. Our group, Tommy, Shauna, Marcus, and I moved ahead. At one point, Shauna walked close to me and reported feeling dizzy. We took an EMF reading, but nothing unusual showed up. Further down the path, as Shauna and I talked about the experience, Tommy took another reading. The EMF meter initially read normal levels, but then suddenly dropped to 0 and shot up to a 4. Hotspot 2. It was time for EVP recording. Feeling drawn to the lake, I turned my back on the group and moved closer to the water. We asked questions, leaving 10 seconds between each one. Tommy asked for the entity's name, and I came up with M or Melissa. Tommy then mentioned he had thought of the name Mary. We continued walking and observed more fluctuations with the EMF meter, picking up additional electronic anomalies. Hot Spot 3. As we approached the trail leading up the side of Strawberry Hill, I noticed a pinprick of red light that appeared briefly before disappearing. I made sure there was no natural explanation for the light before reporting it. The light felt like a signal, prompting me to ascend the steps. However, I sensed a negative energy from the entity and knew it could be harmful. I warned the group that I felt the entity could attempt to harm me through its negativity, and advised them to continue investigating without me if they felt safe. They decided to proceed, but I felt guilty for staying behind and eventually joined them. When I reached them on the steps, I saw another pinpoint of red light, this time over the landing. I mentioned it, telling them it felt like another signal to go up. While they ascended further, I walked back down the steps, feeling dizzy and sensing that the entity wanted me to fall. Later, another group arrived, and we exchanged experiences. I told the other group's leader about the negative entity, my sense of guilt for staying behind, and my belief that I could safely go up now. I found Tommy's group again, and they told me they had experienced equipment malfunctions without any obvious cause. I immediately felt a strong center of energy near where they were standing. I told Tommy I believed that although it seemed likely there had been violence up the steps, I was certain the violent act had actually taken place near a large conifer on a steep slope to the right. Tommy confirmed that just before I had joined them, he had said the same thing to the group. Hot Spot 4. Beyond the pier overlooking the lake, I saw a mist-like shape, oblong and about 9 feet tall. Later, near the boats, I saw a basketball-sized light that was blue and white. I tried explaining the location of the light to Tommy, and we used his laser pen to investigate. The laser behaved strangely, bouncing off the area where I had seen the light. It malfunctioned repeatedly, flickering or not activating at all. My assessment of Stowe Lake. I'm convinced that Stowe Lake is home to both active and latent hauntings. We found evidence in 3 forms: personal intuitive experiences, unusual electronic readings, and cross-corroboration between investigators. Most of the hauntings seem to be in a passive state, with only a few entities seeking contact. 2 beings, a feminine and a male presence, reside at Strawberry Hill. I believe the site of violence is located near an earth energy gate, a concentrated source of energy. The violence has disturbed the energy, and the hauntings are, in part, a request for help in restoring balance to the area. With the proper ceremony, the negative energy could be minimized, allowing the natural earth energy to be restored and the spirits to find peace. At the lake itself, I felt the presence of 2 or 3 beings in active haunting. The spirit I connected with most was a woman, M. She doesn't seem interested in moving on, instead reliving the sadness of her life and wanting others to understand her pain. Offering her flowers or spiritual messages might help, especially if done with care and reverence, gently reminding her that her baby is in heaven and no longer in the lake. The energy at Stowe Lake is immense, much of it fueled by the emotions of its living visitors. The disturbances on Strawberry Hill give the park a morbid feel, but with expert ceremony, the area could return to a more balanced state, allowing the natural earth energy to care for the spirits that remain. Last week, I went to visit my family in southern Wisconsin. My siblings and I, all in our late to mid-20s and married, love gathering at my mom's house whenever we can. Whenever we're together for the weekend, we spend the first night catching up, usually from after dinner until 5 or 6 in the morning. We chat, play video games like Guitar Hero and the Wii, and, most importantly, share real ghost stories, either our own experiences or those of close friends. During this visit, I decided to share a story that had haunted me for years, a real-life nightmare that had plagued me up until that weekend. For as long as I can remember, I've had flashbacks of a night that occurred when I was very young, probably around 3 or 4 years old. The memory always begins with me waking up to bright lights and hearing my mom and dad arguing. My younger brother Tony, who was just a toddler, was crying uncontrollably, and I remember seeing my dad holding a rifle. Judging by my size in the memory, I was too young for school but old enough to have outgrown bottles. That night was especially tense. Mom, in an effort to calm Tony down, took him to the kitchen to get him a bottle. The entire house was dark, except for the light spilling out from my parents' bedroom. I followed Mom to the kitchen, crying because I was scared of their argument. Dad soon joined us, still holding his rifle, his eyes scanning the driveway. It was a humid California night, and even though I was little, I could sense something was terribly wrong. As Mom tried to soothe Tony, who was still fussy from the heat, I noticed something strange. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure sitting behind the wheel of my dad's blue Volvo station wagon, parked in the driveway. I couldn't make out any details, but I could clearly see the silhouette, a shadow darker than the night around it. Terrified, I tugged at Dad's sleeve and pointed toward the car. "Daddy, who is in the car?" I asked. My dad, a Vietnam War veteran, looked out at the driveway, but he didn't seem to see anything. "Who? I don't see anyone," he replied, his eyes scanning the area like he was back in combat, concealing himself behind the curtains as he peered outside. He told my mom what I had seen and, after a moment, decided to go outside for a closer look. Mom, Tony, and I stood in the doorway as Dad cautiously approached the car. The figure remained motionless in the driver's seat. Dad seemed oblivious, looking right through it as though nothing was there. I was shaking. I knew what I saw, but why couldn't Dad see it? Then the figure's eyes opened. Two glowing red eyes stared directly at us. At me, Tony, and Mom, through the front door. I gasped and whispered to Mom, "I see red eyes, Mommy." Tony, still in Mom's arms, pointed and said, "I see it too." At that moment, the headlights of the Volvo turned on, flooding the driveway with blinding light. Dad jumped, startled, and ran back toward the house. We all ran inside, slamming the door behind us. We rushed to my parents' bedroom and huddled together in fear. The next thing I remember, it was morning. When I woke up, I found Dad outside, washing the car. But something strange was happening. Maggots were leaking from the bottom of the car, oozing from the engine, and covering the driveway. I was horrified but too young to fully understand what was going on. For years, I thought this was just a recurring nightmare. I never told anyone about it until that night in Wisconsin. As I finished telling the story, I glanced over at Tony. His face had turned pale, his jaw practically on the floor. "You know what?" he said, his voice shaky. "I always thought that was my nightmare. I remember those red eyes in Dad's Volvo station wagon. It wasn't a dream." My older sister, who had been listening quietly, suddenly chimed in. She recalled hearing Mom and Dad rush into their room that night and sleep on the floor. She also remembered the car horn honking repeatedly throughout the night. Mom and Dad had told her and my other siblings to stay quiet, but she never knew why. She even remembered the maggots, the way they covered almost the entire driveway the next morning. Curious, I decided to ask Mom about the incident the next day. At first, she didn't want to talk about it, brushing it off as something too dangerous to discuss. But Tony and I pressed her for answers. Eventually, she opened up, though reluctantly. She admitted that before that night, Dad had been having vivid dreams of his ancestors warning him about a demon. They never told her the details, which led to their argument. Mom also confirmed that Tony and I had pointed out the red eyes, but she and Dad hadn't seen them until the car's headlights came on, and they realized something, or someone, was sitting in the car. 20 years after the incident, the nightmare finally came to a conclusion. I no longer feel haunted by it, knowing it wasn't just my imagination. My father, sadly, passed away before we could discuss it, and Mom still prefers to keep quiet about that night. But at least now I know it wasn't just a dream. There has never been a time in my life when I didn't sense the presence of beings. I believe every place holds some kind of energy, but the house at 1727 Verbena Way in Reno, Nevada, where I spent my youth, was unlike any other. It had a presence that could psychically sensitize even the most closed-off person. In that house, there was a strong male presence that my brother, sister, and I all felt. He seemed to reside in the kitchen, and every time we ascended the stairs to the second floor, an overwhelming sense of doom would wash over us. One night, when my sister and I were left home alone, we were eating TV dinners at the table when something happened that neither of us will ever forget. A bowl and spatula were deliberately picked up from the counter and glided across the room to the table. We froze in fear and awe, completely helpless to do anything but watch. Eventually, we moved because of my parents' work. I was thrilled. Our destination was Sacramento, and I felt like life was about to improve. The first time we walked into our new home on Kokanee Way, I was overwhelmed by how fresh and beautiful it was. My parents were proud of their purchase. It was a foreclosure, and they had gotten a great deal. However, they kept one critical detail from us kids. A few years later, I found out that when my parents first toured the house, everything appeared normal, until they entered the master bedroom and stepped into the bathroom. Blood covered the walls, and even the ceiling was streaked with it. The shower held the carcass of a chicken, clearly the result of some sort of ritual killing. It seemed as though the chicken had been sacrificed to seal a curse upon the house and its future tenants. When my mother finally confirmed this story, it didn't shock me. It actually made sense. The house had always felt active, even from the start. One of the strange occurrences I experienced involved a wall in my bedroom. No matter what I tried, I could not get a picture to stay on it. Tacks, tape, sticky putty. Everything else held up around my room except for on that one wall. Each time, before I could even turn around, the pictures would be on the floor. Frustrated, I decided to use a nail. I found the stud in the wall, hammered in the nail, and hung the picture. As I walked away, I turned my head back to see something astonishing. The picture began to pull away from the wall. For a moment, I feared it would fly across the room, decapitating me like the poor chicken we had found in the bathroom. But instead, the picture gently descended, almost deliberately, to the ground. My heart raced as I went to check if the nail was still in the wall. Strangely, it was. I stood there, baffled, until the light in the room suddenly went out with a snap, plunging me into absolute darkness. Terror gripped me, and I flung the bedroom door open, running out and screaming for my sister. For a long time, I thought this was just my fate, that I would always be haunted, bothered by spirits that lingered around me. I accepted it as part of my life. But everything changed when I was a teenager. At 17, life was finally looking up. Despite all the horror stories about foster care, I had been placed in a home that made me feel safe, happy, and hopeful for the first time in years. That's when something incredible happened. My psychic sensitivity, which had always been heightened, began to shift. It felt like going from a Hubble telescope view of everything to having a membrane around me, filtering out ambient energy and allowing only what personally affected or enhanced me to come through. As I grew happier and safer, my psychic abilities toned down. It became less about sensing everything around me and more about focusing on what was relevant to my well-being. For the first time, I wasn't constantly tuned in to the spirit world. I could just be. Months passed, and I enjoyed the peace this new shift brought me. But eventually, I got curious. One day, I asked myself if I could tune back into that heightened sensitivity, that macro scope of perception I once had. And to my surprise, I could. With intention and focus, I reactivated my sensitivity, tuning back into the energies and beings around me. It was a strange and empowering realization. My ability to sense the supernatural wasn't something that controlled me. It was something I could control. It's difficult for me to write about the occurrences that took place in the house where I spent my childhood. From the time I was 6 until I turned 12, my family and I lived in a house in the East Bay of California. It was the 1980s, and the house was only 4 years old when my parents decided to buy it. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I slept in a room across the hall from my parents, and if anything strange were to happen, I knew I could always yell and get their attention. But one night, about a year after moving in, something happened that changed everything. Around 11 p.m., we heard a loud thud at the front door. My father went to check, and when he opened the door, no one was there. However, when he looked down, he found a chicken lying on the doormat. Its head had been cut off. Coming from a superstitious background, my parents immediately understood the significance of this. It was a sign, an attempt to invoke evil spirits into our home. We had no idea who would do something like this, but it was clear that whoever they were, they did not like us. 2 months later, the strange occurrences began. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw something that terrified me. A tall woman in a white dress standing in my closet, staring into it. First, I thought it was a dream. I rubbed my eyes and even pinched myself to make sure, but the pain told me I was awake. This was real. Instead of calling out to my parents, I was too scared and just went back to sleep. The next night, I slept in my parents' room and told them what I had seen. They thought it might be related to the voodoo-like ritual that had been performed on our doorstep, but even at that young age, I was skeptical. I shouldn't have been. 3 months after that first sighting, I woke up again in the middle of the night. This time, the figure wasn't in the closet. It was right beside my bed. It was a woman with white hair, her body transparent. The moonlight shone through her, casting an eerie glow. Her hand reached out toward me, and I froze. I tried to wake my parents, but they wouldn't stir, no matter how hard I tried. Terrified, I eventually passed out from fear. When I told my parents, they had the house blessed. For a while, things seemed to calm down, but it didn't last. The strange occurrences started again, this time affecting everyone in the family. My younger sister, who was only 16 months younger than me, once went outside late at night to feed our dog. She looked up and saw misty forms reaching out toward her from the darkness. She screamed and ran inside to tell my parents. Other times, we'd all be sitting down for dinner when a black form would pass in front of us, only to vanish just as quickly. My dad would turn to us and ask, "Did you see that?" We always nodded, and after a while we got used to it, at least as much as you can get used to such things. But there were even more terrifying events. One evening, my mother was saying goodbye to some family friends at the door when something brushed up against her and slipped inside the house. There was no one there. Another time, during a New Year's party, there were 3 loud knocks on the glass door leading to the backyard. My entire family was standing right in front of it, and we could clearly see that no one was outside. When we checked the backyard, it was empty. Knocks on the front door in the middle of the night became so frequent that we eventually stopped answering them altogether. One of the most frightening things I experienced happened when I was possessed. I had no control over my body. Words came out of my mouth that I couldn't stop, and I moved in ways that didn't feel like my own. Another time, when my uncle was visiting, I had to sleep in my parents' room. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw something crawling toward me on the floor. It looked evil, foul in a way I can't even describe. The final event that still haunts me was when I was taking a shower. Suddenly, the water became scalding hot, burning me. No matter how much I turned the cold water knob, the temperature wouldn't go down. My babysitter tried to figure out what was happening, and when we checked the water heater, we found that the heat knob had been turned all the way up. The strangest part? Big water bottles were stacked in front of the heater, and none of them had been moved, meaning no one physical could have tampered with the heater. I could go on, but there are too many stories to tell. After living in that house for 6 years, we finally moved. To this day, I can't sleep with the lights off. The memories of that house have left a mark on me, one that will never fully fade. About 7 years ago, one of my neighbors shared a chilling story about the house we live in, a house we still call home today. She warned me that an accident had happened there before, something she swore me to secrecy about. She forbade me from ever speaking about it in or near the house, saying the house might hear and come after me. I didn't believe her, but I promised to keep quiet. Weeks went by, and strange things began happening. The first incident I remember was seeing a shadow, a woman's shadow, at my brother's window. I thought nothing of it at first and kept the experience to myself, knowing no one would believe me. A few days later, my family went to the laundry, leaving me home alone. I was sitting on my brother's bed when I saw it again. A shadow. This time it was a hand, no bigger than mine, reaching out toward me. Terrified, I jumped off the bed and tried to laugh it off, cussing at the air, telling myself it was nothing, but mocking it was a big mistake. The next weekend, I went to visit my grandma. I was in the bathtub just after turning off the faucet, when suddenly the faucet turned itself back on. My heart raced. I told myself it was nothing, trying to stay calm, But then it happened again. I turned back around and saw a transparent hand, no bigger than mine, turning the faucet off. I bolted out of the bathroom to tell my grandma, but she simply said, "It's nothing, probably just rats." I still kept everything to myself, not saying a word to my parents. As the months passed, the strange occurrences grew worse. I began seeing things ahead of me and hearing things behind me. Whenever I passed a corner, I would see a white hand sticking out and waving at me. It followed me everywhere. At night, it would lie beside me, snoring softly, and when I woke up, it would wake up with me. I told myself it was just my imagination, maybe my own loud breathing. But it wasn't. I even held my breath once to test it, only to hear the snoring continue. It kept getting worse, until finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I told my mom that I was scared, truly scared. She was shocked. I confessed that something was following me, something unnatural. She didn't hesitate to call a shaman to help. After the shaman performed his rituals, I began to feel normal again. The strange occurrences stopped. I no longer saw or heard anything out of the ordinary, but the peace didn't last forever. Before my dad passed away, I began hearing heavy breathing coming from my sister's bed. It was the same unsettling sound I had heard before. And when my grandpa's time came, I heard two distinct voices talking and could even make out the sound of ritual chanting, the kind shamans use during ceremonies. Just a few days later, he passed away. Once in a while, the presence still returns to haunt me, in my dreams. The shadow, the hand, the eerie noises, they remind me that some things never truly go away. My first eerie experience, footsteps into my room, happened in 1986, but the second one I remember clearly occurred in the summer of 1993. I was 12 years old at the time. My parents had divorced and my dad had remarried, so I had to move out of my bedroom and into the back bedroom, an addition to the house. This change happened because my dad and his new wife had just had a baby, my younger brother, Greg. It was summer break, and since there was no school, I stayed up late most nights. One night, I was fast asleep when I woke up to a strange sight. My Akita, Shoujo or Sho, was standing on top of me, her fur raised and rigid. She was growling, fixated on the window, looking back and forth between it and me. I grabbed her by the collar, trying to calm her down, and led her into the back room, which was attached to my bedroom. But she resisted, almost as if she didn't want to leave my side. I tried lying back down, hoping she'd calm down, but Sho kept growling, her hackles still raised, staring intensely at the window. I figured it had to be something like a stray cat or a skunk that had her on edge, so I grabbed a flashlight and went outside to investigate. I saw nothing unusual, so I dragged Sho out there, hoping it would reassure her. I quickly ran back inside, locking the door behind me. But I hadn't even taken 2 steps when Sho started howling and barking. When I looked out the window, I saw her staring right at me, refusing to leave her post. Feeling guilty, I went back outside and let her in. I tried to get her to settle on the floor next to my bed, but she wouldn't lie down. She just stood there, her eyes glued to the window, her fur still standing up, growling under her breath. I was exhausted, so I lay back down, closed my eyes and tried to sleep. But even with my eyes closed, I could tell something was wrong. The room had suddenly brightened. When I opened my eyes, I saw the light from my fish tank was on. Confused, I got up and turned it off, then went back to bed. This time, I turned onto my side, facing away from Sho, and pulled the pillow over my head. Suddenly, the fire alarm went off. Panicked, I jumped out of bed and ran straight to my dad's room, waking up my stepmom. She came to the back room, took the fire alarm down, removed the battery, and set it on the dryer in the back room where Sho slept. My stepmom went back to bed, but I couldn't shake the unease. I sat there on my bed, staring at the fire alarm, half expecting it to go off again. Sho was still growling, her eyes never leaving the window. The fear inside me grew overwhelming, and in desperation, I began to pray, "Lord, if there is anything here that is not of you, please let it be gone. In your name, Jesus, Amen." As soon as I said Amen, Sho's entire demeanor changed. The fur on her back went down, She stopped growling, and she turned around, licking my face before walking to her usual spot in the back room to lie down. The shift was so sudden and complete that I was left in awe. The next morning, when I got up to feed my fish, I went to turn on the light in the tank, and that's when I realized something strange. The light had burnt out a week before, and I had taken it out of the tank and placed it beside my bed. It hadn't been in the tank that night, yet somehow the fish tank had lit up in the middle of the night. I still can't explain how that light turned on, but I'll never forget the sense of fear and relief I felt that night. Last night, I went on a scouting mission in Elk Grove with HPI paranormal investigator Jennifer Baca. Today, June 2nd, 2007, Saturday, I'm off on another historical scouting mission, this time with HPI paranormal investigator Michelle Stump. The only issue, I didn't get much sleep. I downed some Starbucks and cranked up James Brown, songs like Gravity, Living in America, and Goliath, to shake off the fatigue as I made the long drive along Highway 50 to El Dorado County. Michelle and I planned to meet at a Round Table Pizza in Placerville before heading out on a ghostly tour. Michelle is somewhat of a ghost historian in El Dorado County. She has spent time reading up on various haunted locations and talking with the locals about their experiences. Today, we're embarking on a historical excursion through some of the area's haunted hotspots. We aren't necessarily looking to find ghosts, though Michelle brought along her EVP, electronic voice phenomenon, monitor just in case. Spoiler, we didn't pick up any EVPs, but the stories and locations themselves were more than enough to keep us intrigued. Here are some of the haunted spots Michelle showed me in Placerville. Placerville Historical Museum. This museum was once the Chamber of Commerce, and according to local lore, it's haunted by the spirits of miners. The museum has seen its fair share of paranormal activity, with strange occurrences reported by visitors. Cosmic Cafe. This is a unique location with a ghostly history. A phantom black dog has been spotted on the stairwell, and there are old mining caverns beneath the cafe where patrons can dine. Michelle once felt a tug on her leg when she entered the caverns, and many others have reported ghostly activity in both the caverns and the bar section of the cafe. El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce. Previously the Old Vets building in 1852, this site became the Kossuth House Hotel for miners. The ghosts of miners are said to linger here, continuing their restless wandering long after death. Empire Antiques. This building used to be a theater, and now items often move around the store with no explanation. The owners have grown accustomed to objects mysteriously shifting overnight. Carey House Hotel. The Carey House is said to be one of the most haunted locations in the area. The hotel's elevator has been known to go up and down on its own, and cigar smoke is sometimes smelled inside, even though no one is smoking. Michelle and I experienced this ourselves. The scent of cigars suddenly filled the elevator, only to vanish just as quickly. Guests have reported seeing full-body apparitions, and the piano is known to play by itself. Two popular ghosts spotted here are Stan, a former hotel employee, and a beautiful young woman who has been seen near the stairs. The Hangman's Tree Pub. This quirky bar has dollar bills hanging from the ceiling and a rope from the actual hangman's tree inside. The bar even has a dummy hanging from a noose outside. The history of this place is chilling. Bloody Dick and two other criminals were hanged from this very tree, sentenced by the infamous Judge Lynch. Altogether, there were 4 hangings here. We spoke with an employee, Heather McLean, who told us about the paranormal activity she's witnessed, like an ice cream scooper moving on its own. Michelle felt so dizzy in the bar that she had to step outside for fresh air. Leaving Placerville, Michelle and I made our way to Georgetown, another historic and haunted town. Michelle, a former 911 operator for the El Dorado County Sheriff's Department, shared a story about ghostly horses seen galloping along Green Valley Road by Shingle Springs. She mentioned that a sheriff was once called to investigate, but by the time he arrived, the horses had disappeared. This haunting has been reported by multiple witnesses. In Georgetown, once called Growlersburg because of the growling sound made by the large gold nuggets hitting the miners' pans, we explored several more haunted spots. Georgetown Hotel. This hotel has its fair share of paranormal activity. Items are often moved around, and footsteps echo through empty halls. The bar inside is filled with oddities like a real wasp nest, stuffed animals, and a stuffed Wolverine smoking a cigarette. Room 5 is said to be haunted by a ghost named Verna, and a ghostly child and an old man have also been spotted. Georgetown Volunteer Fire Department Building. A ghostly firefighter in full uniform is said to sometimes stand outside this building, forever on duty. American River Inn. Built in 1863, this inn has seen its share of ghostly activity. One of the more chilling stories involves a woman who fell from the second-floor balcony to her death. Her spirit has been seen wandering the second floor. Michelle had her own encounter here. Once when she visited, the bathroom door flew open on its own. The hotel has hosted celebrities like David Hasselhoff, Ruth Buzzy, and Carol Channing, but perhaps its most famous guest is Oscar, a ghostly former patron. There's even a photo album filled with guests' paranormal experiences, many of which end with them encouraging the spirits to go towards the light. Shannon Knox House. Built in 1854, this is the oldest residence in Georgetown. Oddly enough, no ghostly activity has been reported here. It seems to be one of the few ghost-free zones in the area. Georgetown's Pioneer Cemetery. Established in 1848, this cemetery feels like a place where time stands still. Michelle tried using her EVP monitor, but we didn't pick up any activity. Greenwood Pioneer Cemetery. This cemetery, established in 1852, is said to be one of the most haunted in El Dorado County, according to psychic Nancy Bradley. Many people buried here had invested in a railroad that was supposed to run through the town but never did, leaving them with unfulfilled dreams. Still, we didn't capture any EVPs during our visit. The Bailey House. This 3-story mansion, built in 1862 by Assemblyman A.J. Bailey, once served as a hotel. Michelle has investigated this location at night and captured orbs on her digital camera. Sierra Nevada House. The ghost of politician Robert Chambers has been seen here. Robert lived in the Sierra Nevada house before dying a tragic death. After contracting syphilis, he went mad, and his wife locked him in a room to prevent him from harming himself or others. Michelle's mother once worked here and witnessed bar stools spinning and shot glasses moving on their own. The day was full of fascinating stories, historical haunts, and a deeper understanding of El Dorado County's paranormal history. While we didn't capture any EVPs, the atmosphere of these locations, rich with history and eerie tales, made the trip well worth it. I've had several experiences with ghosts in my home, but none of them have been human. All of them have been feline, and I've always enjoyed their presence. The cat ghost I'm about to tell you about is named Flake. Originally, we named him Snowflake, but that changed when we realized he wasn't exactly white. He was a pale orange. Flake lived a normal life for 10 years, but then, over a few months, his health rapidly deteriorated. His back legs stopped working, and we discovered that he had a tumor on his spine. There was nothing we could do. During the last few nights of his life, we made him as comfortable as possible. He stayed in one of the bathrooms, lying on a soft, plush rug. Flake had always been a flighty cat. He didn't like being touched unless it was on his terms. If he jumped into your lap, you could pet him, but don't even think about chasing him down to pick him up. He was especially wary of new people, and as I had been a new addition to the family, he was afraid of me. We had a kind vet who agreed to come to the house and perform the euthanasia so that Flake wouldn't have to endure the terror of a car ride. The night before the vet arrived, something extraordinary happened. I was in the bathroom with Flake, as my sister was using the other one. I was just sitting on the toilet when Flake, using only his front paws, pulled himself over to me. He nuzzled his head against my leg. A moment I'll never forget. I reached down and gently petted him, and for the first time he let me. I got down on the floor to be closer to him, and he allowed me to pet him more. His last day alive, he accepted me into his world, and it was both heartbreaking and beautiful. Fast forward to exactly 1 year after that night. It was the anniversary of the night before we had to put him to sleep. I walked into our parents' bathroom. The toilet seat in the other bathroom was broken, and to my amazement, I saw Flake. He was lying there on the same plush rug where I'd last seen him. I blinked, expecting the vision to disappear, but it didn't. There he was, just as clear as he had been when he was alive. I stepped into the room and closed the door behind me, half expecting him to vanish. But he stayed. I was stunned. I began talking to him, letting him know how good it was to see him and wondering why he had decided to visit. I didn't expect any responses. None of the ghost cats I'd encountered had ever communicated much, except for Squeak, who occasionally gave me impressions through images or feelings. Still, I continued talking. As I sat there, Flake stood up and began moving toward me, just as he had done on his last night. His paws moved over the rug, but there was no pressure on the soft surface, just as you'd expect from a ghost. He came closer and gently rubbed his cheek against my leg, just like before. I was completely taken aback. I had never interacted with a ghost for this long, and the feeling of his fur against my skin was the most surreal experience I'd ever had. It was so real, more real than any ghostly encounter I'd ever had. For a brief moment, I had a terrible thought. Was Flake here to say goodbye? Was this his final visit? The fear gripped me, and I started pleading with him not to leave. Flake had been with us for over 10 years, and though he hadn't been physically present for his 11th birthday, I had whispered a happy birthday to him on that day. Despite the occasional eerie feeling that came with these encounters, I couldn't imagine the house without him. I felt a deep connection to Flake, even though I had only known him for 3 months while he was alive. Thankfully, I didn't get the sense that he was saying goodbye. He kept nuzzling my ankle and my fear eased. By this point, he had been solid and present for almost 10 minutes. Without thinking, I reached down to pet him. His fur felt soft and real under my fingers, and I swear, it felt like he shed on me. It was the most bizarre thing, feeling ghostly fur stick to my hand, but I didn't care. I kept petting him. Eventually, I moved to clean up, planning to kneel beside him, just as I had on his last night, to pet him more comfortably. But when I looked back down, Flake was gone. The sudden disappearance startled me, and it felt like a jolt. I had hoped he would stay longer, that I could hold him, something I'd never gotten to do while he was alive. He had always been too skittish for that, and I had only been able to pet him 3 times. That last night meant so much to me because it was the first time he had truly accepted me. Flake's ghostly visit left me in awe. Even though I didn't get the chance to hold him or say everything I wanted to, his presence that night brought me a strange sense of peace. I like to think he's still here, watching over us, just like the other ghost cats in the house. Flake was special, and his visit reminded me of the connection we shared, brief as it was. My life feels more surreal by the day. It's as though I live half of it in the paranormal world and the other half in reality. What I'm about to tell you sent chills down my spine. I actually saw a ghost with my own eyes. But let's start from the beginning. It was a weekend unlike any other. The date was Saturday, June 30th, 2007, and I was invited to Marysville by a soon-to-be paranormal investigation group called MPI, Marysville Paranormal Investigations. The team, made up of 3 women, No Name Number 1, No Name Number 2, and No Name Number 3, was just starting out, but they were eager to explore the paranormal. No Name Number 1, who is an avid reader of my paranormal articles, invited me to spend the night at her Victorian home, which was built in the 1930s. She believed the house was haunted, and I couldn't resist the invitation. However, getting to Marysville wasn't as smooth as I had hoped. After mowing my lawn with my neighbor Ruksh Kumar, I packed up for the trip but ended up returning home twice after forgetting things. On my 3rd attempt to leave, something strange happened. A car slowly passed by my house, the driver staring at me. I asked, "Can I help you?" The man replied, "Are you Paul Dale Roberts?" With a confused look, I nodded. He explained that he had been reading my paranormal articles and wanted to show his kids where a real ghost hunter lived. He was visiting family in town from Chico. I thought to myself, I really need to stop publishing my address in my articles. This is becoming a tourist attraction. After chatting with him for a while, I finally got in my car and headed for Marysville, wondering if I'd soon be dealing with random people showing up at my doorstep, just like in Play Misty for me or Basic Instinct. Yes, my life is becoming quite surreal. When I arrived in Marysville, the house was like a mansion, a beautiful Victorian home. No Name Number 1 prepared a delicious dinner for everyone. barbecue steak, tossed salad, baked potatoes, French bread, watermelon, and cantaloupe. We sat on the balcony, enjoying the sunny day with a gentle breeze. No Name Number 2 shared a haunting story about the area. Apparently, a tenant named DH once lived in this very house. She was in her 40s, struggled with diabetes, and tragically passed away after mixing prescription drugs and alcohol. DH loved taking long baths to pass the time in this sleepy town. Her presence, they believed, still lingered in the home. Before nightfall, No Name Number 1 needed to make a stop at Western Union, so I drove her to the Kmart in Marysville. But on the way back, Marysville's finest pulled me over. The officer said, "Did you know you were doing 43 in a 25 miles per hour zone?" I hadn't realized I was speeding. Thankfully, he let me off with a warning. After that close call, I let No Name Number 1 take the wheel for the rest of the trip. As she drove, I had a flashback to 1979, the last time I'd been pulled over. I had just finished a grueling 205-hour disco marathon, making it into Ripley's Believe It or Not. The officers thought I had been drinking, but when they recognized me as the Disco King of Sacramento, they asked me to show them some dance moves right there on the freeway. I turned up the music and gave them a performance. They were so shocked they let me go. Yes, my life has always been strange. When the sun finally set, it was time for our investigation. I took out my digital camera and started snapping pictures. At first, there was nothing, no orbs, no mist. But when I took a photo of No Name Number 3, a clear orb appeared above her head. I took another, and the orb had moved to a different location, still hovering near her. As I continued taking photos, I captured something even stranger. A red orb slowly approaching No Name Number 3 at the top of the stairs. In the next photo, the orb had engulfed her. Then, just like that, it vanished. The real shock came when I looked up the stairs and saw something with my own eyes. A human-shaped shadow with a distinct head and torso moving from No Name Number 1's loft to No Name Number 3's loft. There was no one in those lofts. They were all standing with me. I asked them if they had seen it, but they hadn't. The chills ran up and down my spine. I was shocked. I had never seen a ghost with my own eyes before. I'd seen orbs in photos, but this was different. I knew what I saw, and I would swear to it in a court of law. No Name Number 3 admitted that she often felt like she was being watched in the house, which made the encounter even more eerie. We also heard strange sounds coming from the attic, which No Name Number 2 suggested might be bats. Later that evening, No Name Number 2 drove us around Marysville, showing us the haunted Forbes house. While I didn't capture anything in the photos I took there, the atmosphere was undeniably spooky. Back at the house, I reviewed the photos I had taken. I had captured multiple orbs, including a large red orb, a medium-sized crystal orb, and a tiny one I called the baby orb. In one picture, the red orb seemed to engulf the baby orb. After a long night of ghost hunting, I spent the night in the old Victorian house. Strangely, nothing happened while I slept, or if it did, I was too tired to notice. The next day, I made my way to Vacaville to meet one of my readers, Ubesita J. Bell, who shared a story about her deceased husband's ghost. She said she had seen his image zip past her and felt him touch her leg in bed. However, since there was nothing for me to investigate in the present, I thanked her for her story and headed home. One last detail about the Marysville investigation. Every time the red orb appeared, my camera batteries drained completely. I had to run to the store to buy fresh ones. It's strange how paranormal energy can affect technology like that. I've always been a curious person, eager to explore the unknown. This curiosity led me to join the Ordo Rosicrucis, a MORC, also known as the Rosicrucians, to gain insight into secret societies. During college, I took my exploration further by doing a personal study on cults like the Hare Krishna, People's Temple, Church of Scientology, and even the Church of Satan. I visited these groups, spoke with their members, and conducted first-hand investigations, which ultimately earned me an A in sociology. It's funny, though, the Church of Scientology and Church of Satan both asked me to leave because my questions and counterarguments angered them. But I've never stopped seeking answers. As a ghost writer and paranormal investigator for PIT, Paranormal Investigation Team, I'm determined to better understand the unseen world of ghosts, spirits, poltergeists, demons, and residual hauntings. Today, I would dive deeper into this strange and eerie realm. Our investigation team was led by Johnny Walker and included Michelle Leonard, technical operator slash paranormal investigator slash spiritual guide, Florence Kawamoto, president slash team leader, and myself, Apollo Adler Robertson, writer slash paranormal investigator. It was April 26, 2007, Friday evening, and we were headed to investigate a residence in California, location confidential. The occupants, whom we referred to as male occupant 1 and female occupant 2, had experienced some truly bizarre and terrifying events in their home. The claims. Johnny Walker began by interviewing female occupant 2, an 18-year-old who had experienced disturbing activity in the home. She claimed to have seen a full-body apparition in the kitchen, describing it as a dark figure. The entity had once pulled her hair and scratched her legs, leaving visible marks. One of the scratches even resembled the letters V1. She reported feeling the presence of the entity in several rooms, especially the computer room and bathroom, which was undergoing renovations. She believed the entity disappeared through a hole in the bathroom wall that led to the basement. In another disturbing experience, she claimed to have seen a ghostly child without a face. Another night, she woke up drenched in a cold sweat, feeling something hovering over her. She also reported seeing a large black shadow that emanated pure evil. Terrified, she had fled the house, running to her boyfriend's car. She had also encountered an outline of a man in the bedroom window, solid black but glowing around the edges. This apparition watched her from the window several times. Afterward, whenever the entity touched her hair, she would receive scratches on her back or legs. At one point, a mysterious black line appeared on her leg, only to vanish later. One of the most alarming moments was when she nearly called a preacher to bless the house, but the entity grabbed her arm as if trying to stop her. Her history was also concerning. She had once been heavily involved in Wicca and had experimented with black magic, incantations, and Ouija boards. Though she had since left the Wicca culture, it was possible her past dabblings had invited something sinister into the home. Male occupant 1, a 40-year-old man, had an entirely different issue. He suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD, related to abnormal collecting, commonly known as hoarding. His home was a nightmare, filled with piles of newspapers, magazines, rotting food, wrappers, and garbage stacked to the ceiling. Every corner was a hazard, and the air was heavy with the smell of decay. It was shocking to witness. The investigation. Upon entering the home, we were immediately confronted by the overwhelming filth. It was almost impossible to walk through, and the sheer disarray was unsettling. Johnny theorized that female occupant 2's previous involvement with black magic and Ouija boards might have invited a demonic presence into the home. Michelle, reluctantly taking on the role of demonologist, began a blessing ritual using holy water, crucifixes, and sage. She prayed aloud, trying to cleanse the space and dispel any malevolent entities. As I moved through the house, equipped with a video camera and temperature gauge, I noticed temperature fluctuations. In some areas, the temperature spiked from 64 degrees Fahrenheit to as high as 106 degrees Fahrenheit before returning to normal. Florence and I also smelled smoke in the computer room and by the front doorway, but the smell vanished as quickly as it had appeared. We wondered if the smell was just from the garbage, but the distinct scent of smoke kept us questioning. During the investigation, Michelle felt something touch her hair, and at one point we debated whether a bag in the kitchen had moved on its own. While these occurrences were strange, we couldn't definitively confirm anything supernatural. The house's condition, however, raised important questions. Was the paranormal activity linked to the environment? Could female occupant 2 have scratched herself on the piles of garbage without realizing it? Was the disarray amplifying the feelings of distress and fear in the home? Johnny had another theory. Female occupant 2 might be manifesting poltergeist activity. Poltergeists often occur around young people, especially those experiencing intense emotional or hormonal changes. With her childlike demeanor and emotional instability, It was possible that she was unknowingly projecting the energy causing the disturbances. As Johnny tried to explain this theory to her, female occupant 2 became defensive, feeling as though we were blaming her for the activity. We assured her that wasn't the case, but the tension in the house was palpable. The pit team left feeling a deep sadness for the occupants. Living in such chaos without even a functioning toilet in the home, they had to drive elsewhere to use the bathroom, was distressing. Before we left, I caught sight of a large black rat scurrying through the hole in the basement wall. It was a grim reminder of the living conditions these people were enduring. Michelle led us in a hedge of protection prayer for female occupant 2, and we all joined hands to ask for divine protection, just in case demonic forces were at play. The neighborhood. As we left the house, we noticed black rabbits hopping around the yards of neighboring homes. Apparently, these rabbits had once been pets, released into the wild, and now they roamed freely through the streets. It was strange but oddly fitting for the eerie, surreal atmosphere of the night. During our drive back, the team tried to lift our spirits by sharing funny stories. We recalled a previous investigation where Kathy, one of our team members, had let out a blood-curdling scream after mistaking a large stuffed rabbit for a ghostly entity. We laughed, thankful for the much-needed humor after such a disturbing investigation. We also discussed possible future cases, including reports of UFO sightings around Mount Shasta. After all, Pitt isn't limited to investigating ghosts and spirits. We dive into anything paranormal. I shared my own experiences around Mount Shasta, and the team was eager to explore those cases next. As we neared a toll booth, we realized we had left the toll money in the trunk. This caused a few drivers behind us to honk in frustration, and one even flipped us off. But by then, we were laughing again, grateful for the lightness after such a heavy investigation. Conclusion: our investigation left us with more questions than answers. The disarray and emotional instability in the home made it difficult to determine whether the activity was paranormal or psychological. The smell of smoke, the temperature fluctuations, and the strange sensations couldn't be easily explained, but the condition of the home and the occupants' pasts also raised red flags. Regardless, we did what we could to provide comfort and protection, and we left hoping that peace might eventually come to this troubled house. And now, as I hand this article over to Michelle for further analysis, I can only wonder what we might uncover next in the bizarre world of paranormal investigation. On January 20th, 2007, I found myself at the historic National Hotel, located at 2 Water Street in Jackson, California, for a paranormal investigation with HPI, Haunted and Paranormal Investigations of Northern California. Roll call for HPI investigators who didn't mind being named included: Shannon McCabe, President; Brian Colbert, Julie English, Paul Dale Roberts, Mary Cassiano, and Temple, spiritual/psychic reader; John Wachter, Jonathan Russell, Alicia, and Michelle Pakel. There were 28 of us total, but some names will be kept private. The National Hotel dates back to the 1800s, and over time, guests have reported numerous paranormal events. It's said that there are as many as 30 different entities residing in the hotel. When I arrived, a live band was playing, and patrons were dancing to rock and R&B music. One of the songs was She Blinded Me with Science. Pretty fitting for the night ahead. A slightly tipsy patron even called out, "Happy ghost hunting!" As the investigators set up cameras throughout the hotel, we also turned on laptops to capture and analyze electronic voice phenomena, EVP. In one recording, you could clearly hear a female voice saying the word chill. I was introduced to some of the equipment, including a Gauss or EMF, electromagnetic field, reader, and a temp gun, which detects temperature changes, perfect for finding those famous cold spots. Once the band and patrons cleared out, the hotel became quieter, and we had full access to more rooms. I entered a room called the Bordello and immediately felt a strange heaviness in the air. When I returned an hour later, that thickness was gone. Armed with my digital camera, I snapped photos of different areas of the hotel, always taking 2 pictures of each spot to avoid any misinterpretation. Julie English, one of the investigators, had an unusual experience. She captured several orbs in her photos. At 1:52 a.m., She took a picture of a bath towel in room 55, and an orb appeared. When she snapped another of the bed, yet another orb showed up. I photographed the same areas but didn't capture anything. There was also an unverified claim that Psychic and Temple sensed the presence of a young girl following John Wachter. While this was happening, an EMF monitor registered unusual activity, which was witnessed by Michelle Pakel. According to the Psychic, the girl's spirit whispered the name Cindy. Meanwhile, a patron at the bar, claiming to be a psychic, told us that an angry male spirit was pacing the hallway, muttering incoherent gibberish. And Temple later described this spirit as a cigar-smoking man shouting, "Get out." The patron psychic seemed somewhat intoxicated, and his behavior became a distraction. Eventually, one of the investigators asked him to leave. Shannon McCabe, our seasoned investigator, led me through various rooms, sitting in the dark and trying to provoke the spirits into revealing themselves. While she monitored for EVPs, Shannon carefully called out any noises we heard to avoid confusion, saying things like, "Paul coughing," or "someone's footsteps." In room 52, Shannon attempted to make contact with a spirit named Jeffrey. I took a photo over the bed and captured 2 orbs. I snapped another picture in the same spot, but the orbs were gone. One of the hotel workers shared some eerie ghost stories with us, including an incident where a loud crash, like breaking glass or wood, echoed through the building, yet nothing was broken. She told us that rooms 61, 47, and 45 were particularly active. In one room, a cowboy ghost had once told a little girl with a video camera, "Run, bitch!" Shannon and a few others tried to contact this cowboy spirit but got no response. Later, I sat in the same room by myself, even daring to sit in a dark closet, but still felt nothing. Some other investigators weren't as lucky or unlucky depending on how you see it. One woman captured a misty white cloud on her camera, while Michelle Pakel snapped a photo showing a strange white blob on the staircase. At 4:20 a.m., more orbs appeared in digital photos taken in room 60. The most intense experiences of the night happened in the infamous Bordello room, known for its provocative maroon decor and mirrors. Mary Cassiano, Jonathan Russell, and in Temple reported feeling physical sensations. Everything from a poke in the neck to hair being pulled or brushed. Jonathan even claimed that while sitting in a chair, he felt pressure on his lap, as if someone was groping him. I went into the room alone and sat in that same chair for 20 minutes but experienced nothing, though earlier in the night, I had felt the air in the room grow thick. When I was about 5 years old, my family and I lived in a small 2-room apartment with my grandfather. My father worked early in the mornings, and my mother would always wake up to prepare his lunch. One particular morning, my father had to leave even earlier than usual, around 3 a.m. I remember waking up to the sounds of my mother clanging the frying pan and dishes in the kitchen. Curious, I got out of bed and wandered into the kitchen, where my mother spotted me. She asked me why I was awake, telling me it was far too early, and urged me to go back to bed. I told her I didn't want to sleep and wanted to help her instead. She smiled and told me I could stay, but since I had no shoes on, I should sit on the carpet and wait. So I sat near the kitchen entrance and watched her cook. As I sat there asking her questions about what she was making, because the delicious smells were making me hungry, I suddenly had the strange feeling that someone was watching me. I turned my head toward the living room, but everything was pitch black. A cold chill ran through my body, but I shook it off and looked back at my mother, who was nearly done with the cooking. However, that unsettling feeling returned a few moments later, like someone was staring at me again. I glanced back toward the living room. Again, nothing. Everything was dark, except for a faint beam of moonlight coming through the window. But then I saw it, a figure standing in the doorway that led to the hallway where the bedrooms and bathroom were. At that age, I didn't fully grasp what I was seeing, but I knew it wasn't normal. It was a shadow, completely black, with no face and no discernible features. Yet I could make out its shape, tall and slender. It looked like a man, and I could even see the outline of his clothes, but everything was pitch black, void of any color. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I must be imagining things, but when I opened them again, the figure was still there. I just sat there, frozen in place, trying to figure out who this could be. My first thought was that it might be my father, but I dismissed that idea quickly. This man was tall and slim, while my dad had a chunkier build. The figure seemed to be wearing jeans and a t-shirt, but it was impossible to see any details beyond that. As I stared at him, my mother noticed I was distracted. She asked me, "What are you looking at, honey?" I didn't respond at first, still watching as the figure began to kneel down, lowering itself to my height. But even as it got closer, it remained on the opposite side of the hallway. I finally answered my mother, telling her there was a man in the hallway. Busy with my father's lunch, she didn't pay much attention. The figure, now kneeling, was still staring directly at me. Then, it did something that sent a wave of fear through me. It stretched out its right arm and motioned for me to come closer, using its finger to beckon me. I was scared now. It felt like the figure was smiling, though I couldn't see any facial features. It was just a feeling. I turned to my mother, shouting that the man was now telling me to come to him and that I was scared. She responded, "Who's staring at you, honey?" When I turned back toward the hallway to point out the figure, it was gone. My mother looked over too, and there was nothing there. She flipped on the lights and walked toward the hallway to see if anyone was there. She assumed it was my older brother playing a prank on me. She checked the rooms. My father was still getting dressed, and when she asked if he had been in the hallway, he told her he hadn't left the bedroom. Then, she checked on my brother, but he had been asleep the whole time. Finally, she went to my grandfather's door, but it was locked. If he had come out, we would have heard the door. My mother didn't know what to make of what had happened and simply told me to cuddle with her in bed. We never really talked about it again after that night. One day, Diane and I decided to skip school and hang out at her house. Her parents were wealthy, so her house was beautiful with great furniture and big rooms. But the moment I stepped inside, I felt something unsettling, something that made me nervous. I couldn't explain it, but I was scared. Diane laughed it off, but I insisted on following her to the bathroom because I didn't want to be left alone. After high school, Diane and I remained close, and I spent a lot of time at her house, practically becoming a member of her family. In 1986, I stayed over at her place one night. That same uneasy feeling was still there, but I managed to get through the night without anything unusual happening. A couple of years later, either in 1988 or 1989, I spent Christmas at her house, and that's when I first heard about the ghost. I was chatting with Diane's sister and her husband, who were laughing about something. I asked what was so funny, and they casually mentioned the ghost in their house. I was shocked and immediately asked for details. They explained that everyone in the family had felt a presence in the house, and eventually, they all saw it. Diane shared her experience of feeling someone get into bed with her. At first, she thought it was her sister, Nancy, coming home drunk. Diane said she felt the weight of someone getting into bed and even felt an arm drape over her. But when she looked down, she couldn't see the arm. Freaked out, she jumped out of bed and ran to her parents' room. They told her they had often seen a figure standing in the hallway, watching them, but it never entered their room. Her sister, Nancy, had an even more terrifying encounter. She woke up one night feeling like someone was standing behind her. Too scared to turn around, she eventually forced herself to look and saw a black, hooded figure standing there. She screamed and ran straight past it into her parents' room. That wasn't the last time she saw it. One afternoon, around 4:30 p.m., she came home with her boyfriend but had forgotten her key. She decided to climb in through a window into the spare room. But just as she was climbing in, she saw the black, hooded figure walk right past the door. Panicked, she shouted for her boyfriend to pull her out, and they waited outside until her mom came home. Eventually, the thing did come into the parents' bedroom. Diane's mother saw it and started screaming for her husband to wake up. But no matter how much she clawed at him, he didn't stir. She managed to turn on the light, and the figure disappeared. I couldn't believe they had never told me about this, especially Diane, who knew how scared I had felt the first day I visited. She explained that many people who came to the house felt that same eerie presence, but she didn't want to frighten anyone. After some time, Diane and her family moved out, and their cousins took over the house. The cousins didn't take the ghost stories seriously at first, But according to Diane, the family had been dealing with major turmoil ever since moving in. There might be an explanation for all of this. One day, a friend of Diane's father came over and noticed a statue in the house. He asked, "What are you guys doing with that?" Diane's mom had bought the statue from an antique store because she thought it looked interesting. The friend said the statue was from a Mexican cave and was associated with an evil god to whom people used to make sacrifices. Despite the warning, Diane's parents didn't believe it could be haunted and left the statue behind when they moved out. Back in the 80s, I was a bit of a party girl. In my early 20s, I loved to dance and have fun on the weekends. At that time, I lived with my sister Lucille in Whittier, near Washington Boulevard and Broadway. After a night out, I'd come home, usually buzzed, and go straight to bed. That's when I started to experience strange, unexplainable encounters. My niece, who was 5 at the time, often said she heard me talking to people, laughing, or sometimes even crying late at night. She assumed I was on the phone, but I knew something was off. I distinctly remember hearing voices and even talking to someone myself. At first, I thought it was just the alcohol or that I was in that deep sleep state after drinking, but I wasn't dreaming. I could hear my own voice as well as others. There were also mornings when I'd wake up unable to move. My eyes were open, and I could see someone coming down the hallway toward me. I'd feel a rush of terror, trying to scream or move, but my body wouldn't respond. This wasn't at night. It was in the morning with sunlight streaming through my room, so the fear was even more unsettling. Then came the most disturbing experience. One day, I woke up feeling like I was being made love to. I'm not kidding. I could feel it happening, the physical sensations and the rush of endorphins. This wasn't just sleep paralysis or my imagination. It was something much more intense. It wasn't just after partying either. These experiences would happen on regular work nights as well. My niece once told us she had seen a figure standing at her doorway, looking in at her while she lay in bed. She hid under the covers and eventually fell asleep, waking up drenched in sweat. She thought it was me coming home late, but I was already in bed that night. She's now 24, and she still swears she saw someone looking at her that night. Another unsettling event happened when I was just lying in bed, staring at the wood-paneled walls in my room. Suddenly, I started to see faces, demonic faces, forming in the wood grain. It was like staring at clouds where you can make out shapes, but this felt real. I told my sister about it, and she asked me to keep quiet because she didn't want to scare my niece. Eventually, we took down the wood paneling and replaced it with paint, but I still wonder if that had anything to do with the strange events. Fast forward to 2003. I was living in Sun Valley next to Burbank with my other sister, Rose. We were packing to move into a house in Whittier, but one Saturday morning, I woke up feeling cranky and irritable. I didn't feel like packing or doing any work that day, so I told my sister I wasn't feeling well. She left me alone, annoyed but understanding. As I lay in bed around 10:30 a.m., I suddenly couldn't move. I couldn't scream and I couldn't think. All I could do was hear, and what I heard terrified me. There were 2 distinct voices. One was a demonic woman's voice saying, "We should have never let you get away from us." And the other was a demonic man's voice replying, "This time you will not get away from us." I struggled to move, trying to call out for my sister, but my body wouldn't respond. I know I was screaming her name, but she was in the garage and couldn't hear me. After what felt like an eternity, the pressure lifted, and I shot out of bed. I ran downstairs and asked Rose if she had heard me calling her, but she said no. When I told her what happened, she asked, "Why didn't you pray to God?" But I was too scared to even think clearly. To this day, I wonder who those demons were and what they meant by, "We should have never let you get away." Was it the same entities that tormented me back at Lucille's house in 1989? This was the first time I heard a female demon's voice. Before, it had always been male voices. Now, in 2007, I still experience sleep paralysis every now and then, but I'm better prepared. I've had dreams where I confront the demons, rebuking them in the name of Jesus Christ, and they always disappear. Those words are powerful. For anyone going through something similar, I've noticed that many people try to fight off these entities or scream, but rebuking them in Jesus' name is what makes them flee. I believe there's a power struggle for my soul. I've never played with Ouija boards or done drugs, but I've suffered from depression, and I know demons target people who are vulnerable. One time, during an episode of sleep paralysis, I couldn't remember the word rebuke, and the demons wouldn't leave. I kept telling them to get off me, but it was ineffective, like trying to reason with a bully. I was left mentally and physically exhausted after the attack, but for now, they seem to have left me alone, and I feel somewhat at peace. A funny thing happened about 3 or 4 months ago. I woke up early for work, turned off my alarm, put on my fuzzy booties, and lay back down on my day bed. I somehow managed to fall asleep again. As I was about to be late for work, something or someone whacked my feet hard, startling me awake. I sat up, thinking someone was in the room, but I was alone. It was as if an old mother had come by my bed, smacking me awake with that "get up, you lazy thing" attitude. Amazingly, it happened right at the usual time I wake up, 6 a.m. My cat was lying next to me and didn't react to the presence at all, so I don't think it was anything malicious. It felt like a caring, gentle spirit, perhaps a guardian angel. Now, I live back home with my mom, in the same room I had in high school. Nothing strange has happened here except for the recent whacking of my feet. I'm not a churchgoer, but I'm deeply anchored in my faith, and I pray to God daily. I believe my faith protects me like armor, but I know I'm weak in certain areas, especially with my struggle with depression. Demons are always looking for a way in, and depression is one of their favorites. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that you can defeat them by rebuking them in Jesus' name. For anyone experiencing sleep paralysis or attacks, remember the words, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus Christ." Even if you can only say it in your head, keep saying it. Don't let yourself be a target. Put on your suit of armor and don't let them win. As I left my home, I threw on the X-Files theme song, knowing I was headed for a ghost hunt. This time, I was joining the Sacramento Paranormal Society, SPS, for an investigation. I drove to the home of Donovan Turner, founder and lead investigator of SPS, along with his wife, Melissa, the case manager. It was the 24th of February, 2007, around 5 p.m., and I was ready for the briefing. The team for this investigation included Donovan Turner, Jason Coing, equipment handler/intuitive, Deanna DJ Vastine Sharp, Janet Machock, intuitive, and myself, Paul Dale Roberts, ghostwriter. We were heading to a home in North Highlands, Sacramento County, where the family preferred to remain anonymous. The equipment we brought included infrared cameras, EMF meters, temperature gauges, and digital recorders, all sealed and logged with a witness for authenticity. During the briefing, we learned that the family had lived in the house for just over a year. They had experienced strange phenomena, smelling cigarette smoke though no one smoked in the house, hearing pots bang in the kitchen, and finding cigarette ashes in odd places. Their small child often had blankets pulled off the bed, and the whole family now slept together in the living room out of fear. By 7:28 p.m., we arrived at the house. Ominous clouds had turned into a rainstorm with strong winds. A perfect night for a ghost hunt. We set up our equipment in the garage while different teams took turns investigating the house. The mother and daughter told us about seeing shadows on the walls and finding cigarette ashes near the toilet. They described objects moving on their own in the master bedroom. Hats and a basket had been mysteriously displaced. The TV would turn off and on by itself, and channels would change on their own. In the kitchen, they heard the freezer door open and ice cubes jiggling. Even a framed picture on a stand had been knocked over. At 8:01 p.m., Donovan and Jason were the first to enter the house. In the son's bedroom, they felt a cold spot that lasted 2 to 3 seconds. Jason's voice recorder, which had a fresh battery, suddenly drained, possibly due to spirit activity. Janet and DJ conducted a walkthrough, with Janet relying on her intuition. In the kitchen, she was drawn to the sink and felt compelled to look into the backyard and the master bedroom. She felt a heavy pressure and had difficulty breathing, with tightness in her solar plexus and a slight pain on her right side. She sensed a presence near the hairbrush and handheld mirror, detecting 3 entities, 1 old and 2 others in the older part of the bedroom. Janet also felt a pain on her left torso and a tingling sensation on her shoulders. She explained that as a sensitive, spirits are drawn to her like a light, causing her physical discomfort when they recognize her ability. When Jason and I entered the house, we experienced some strange occurrences. The video camera shut down twice without explanation. DJ, while outside on a break, felt a presence standing beside her, followed by warmth on her back that quickly disappeared. Donovan later witnessed the garage door opening and closing by itself, despite there being no draft to cause it. When Donovan and I investigated the master bedroom, we detected nothing unusual. However, in the boys' bedroom, things started to happen. Using the temperature gauge, I noticed a spike from 91 degrees Fahrenheit to 65 degrees Fahrenheit in seconds. As I placed my hand in the cold spot, I saw a small orb, the size of a pinhead, float upward and then dissipate. It was my first direct encounter in this house. Jason and Janet both sensed the presence of a little boy, around 5 to 7 years old, who they believed to be playful and mischievous. They also detected the spirit of a grown man, who seemed frustrated or sad. Janet's intuition led her to believe that a relative of the family had been shot, and the family confirmed this to be true. She felt deep sadness and unease in the house. By the time the investigation wrapped up around midnight, I couldn't help but wonder about the fate of this family. They had been relieved to have us there and even wanted us to stay the night so they could sleep peacefully. Despite the paranormal activity, I didn't sense anything malicious, and I believed the family was relatively safe. Donovan briefed them on our findings, and their fears seemed to ease, especially with Janet's comforting words. As I drove home through the storm, I reflected on the night's events. Just as I was approaching home, Werewolves of London by Warren Zevon started playing on the radio, a fitting end to a night of ghost hunting. There was a full moon that night as I prepared to join HPI, Haunted and Paranormal Investigations, of Northern California for another ghost hunt. The eerie glow of the moon seemed like a sign that something unusual was in store for us. Our destination: a mysterious house, its occupants claiming to be tormented by multiple spirits. As I drove, the weight of the moonlight casting shadows on the road, I couldn't shake the feeling that tonight would be different. 2 new investigators were joining us tonight: Amanda Hopper and Janice Cameron. I picked up Amanda, who greeted me with a playful third eye sticker on her forehead, an attempt to add some humor before what could be a tense evening. We stopped by Starbucks, and as we sipped our coffee, I thought about all the investigations I had been on and wondered what new challenges we would face tonight. The anticipation was thick in the air, like the calm before a storm. Shannon McCabe, the head of HPI, gathered us and gave the usual briefing. Be professional, respect the home, no loud talking, and no assumptions until we had solid evidence. Our team for the night included Shannon, myself, Carol Gillis, Tim Hawkins, John Wachter, Michelle Pakel, Mary Cassiano, Alicia Perry, Janice, and Amanda. The house we were investigating was unsettling at first glance, almost resembling the infamous Amityville horror house with its 2 large windows that looked like eyes. The homeowner, Scott Bailey, a local artist, greeted us. There was an odd energy about the place. It wasn't just the house's appearance. It felt like it was watching us. Scott began explaining the strange occurrences in his home, his tone casual yet filled with an undercurrent of unease. He mentioned the squatter, a ghost that lingered in the closet, watching him intently. Then there was the pacer, a spirit that roamed the hallway, often getting so close to his face that he could feel its presence. Scott went on to describe the bride and groom, detected by his sister, and the Dark One, a more sinister entity that had inspired a nightmarish vision of a family being pushed into a grain chute. As Scott spoke, it became clear that he had learned to live with these presences, but their impact on his life was undeniable. His tone was calm, but there was something in his eyes, a hint of fear, a glimmer of helplessness. Once we set up our equipment, things began to escalate. Carol suddenly felt an intense, sharp coldness on her back. The temperature around her dropped so quickly that even the EMF detector picked up strange readings. In the back room, Michelle felt a sudden, unexplained push while sitting in a chair. Amanda, being a sensitive, began picking up on entities in various parts of the house, her breathing deep and purposeful as she tried to sense the energy surrounding her. In the closet where the squatter supposedly resided, we got a series of spikes on the EMF meter, but just as quickly as they appeared, they vanished. It was as if something was toying with us, showing itself for a brief moment and then retreating. In the hallway, cold spots were detected, and I could feel the weight of the house pressing down on us. It wasn't just the physical sensations, it was the feeling of being watched, of something lurking just out of sight. As I moved through the house, I kept hoping to witness something undeniable. We captured some orbs on video, but I remained cautious. Shannon's voice echoed in my mind, reminding me to verify that orbs weren't just dust particles. Sure enough, after testing with Mary shaking her jacket, I realized the orbs were nothing more than dust. The disappointment crept in, but the night was far from over. Then, as we moved into the boys' bedroom, something shifted. I used the temperature gauge and watched as the reading plummeted from 91 degrees Fahrenheit to 65 degrees Fahrenheit within seconds. My heart raced as I placed my hand in the cold spot, feeling an icy chill. Before my very eyes, a small orb, pinhead-sized, floated up and then disappeared. This was it, my first direct encounter in this house. It was a fleeting moment, but enough to leave me with a sense of awe. As the investigation continued, Jason and Janet both sensed the presence of a little boy, around 5 to 7 years old, playful but mischievous. They also picked up on the spirit of a grown man, someone frustrated or sad. Janet's intuition led her to believe that a family member had been shot, and Scott confirmed this, adding a deeper layer of emotion to the haunting. There was sadness here, a weight of unfinished business hanging in the air. The night eventually came to a close, but as we packed up, I couldn't help but feel a mixture of curiosity and frustration. We had experienced cold spots, felt strange sensations, and captured orbs, but I had hoped for more. Where was the undeniable evidence? The kind of spine-tingling moment that would leave no doubt in anyone's mind? Driving home, I reflected on the night's events. Paranormal investigations aren't always like the ones you see on TV, full of dramatic ghost sightings and terrifying encounters. Sometimes they are subtle. Sometimes they leave you with more questions than answers. But that's the nature of the unknown. It's a pursuit of truth, and often the truth is elusive. As I pulled into my driveway, Werewolves of London by Warren Zevon came on the radio, and I couldn't help but smile. I might not have encountered anything as dramatic as in the movies, but the search for the truth, no matter how small the clues, keeps me coming back. There's something about the mystery that pulls you in. And maybe, just maybe, next time the ghosts will show themselves a little more clearly. When I was a teenager, my father and I were part of a divorced parents group that organized weekend activities like softball, bowling, and camping trips. One of our favorite destinations was Three Links Campground, nestled in the Miwok region of California. Known for its natural beauty, it also had a rich history tied to the Miwok Native Americans who once inhabited the area. Little did I know, one of those camping trips would change my perception of the world forever. I was around 15 or 16 at the time. Now I'm in my early 30s. But the memory of what happened there still lingers with me. We arrived on a Friday morning, eager for the weekend ahead. After setting up our tents and cooking lunch, my dad and I split up for the day, agreeing to meet up later with the rest of the campers around the fire. That afternoon, I met a couple of kids my age, and we decided to explore the area. We hiked south of the campground and stumbled upon something strange. A perfectly flat, barren patch of land, completely devoid of any vegetation. It seemed odd at first, but quickly became the ideal makeshift football field. We played there until dusk before heading back to the main camp. As the sun set, dark clouds started to roll in, bringing with them a heavy downpour. It wasn't long before we were scrambling to salvage our food and keep the rain out of our tents. The situation was saved when one of the adults in the group spoke with the camp director, who allowed us to spend the night in a large meeting facility on the campground. Relieved that we'd at least stay dry, we all settled onto the floor for the night. It wasn't long before things took an unexpected turn. A few hours after we had settled in, one of the women in the group began whispering about a strange feeling she was getting. She said there was a presence, something benevolent but powerful. I was skeptical even as a teenager, but her serious demeanor started to make the room feel heavier. Suddenly, the woman stood up and walked toward the front door of the meeting hall. She opened it and just stood there, staring into the rain-soaked darkness outside. Curious, we all followed her to the wraparound deck of the wooden building. She pointed out into the storm, toward the dirt path leading up to the meeting room. First, I saw nothing. But then, after a moment, I saw it. There was a silhouette, a tall figure walking slowly up the path. I couldn't make out any details. No face or clothes, just a shadowy form moving through the sheets of rain. It wasn't quite human, more like a distortion. A dark shape cutting through the steady downpour. A large floodlight, perched high in a nearby tree about 50 yards away, illuminated the path, but the light didn't help. If anything, it made the figure seem even more mysterious. The figure stopped just short of the deck, lingering at the edge of the light. It stood there, unmoving, for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only a minute or two. Then, as quietly as it had appeared, it vanished into the rain, as if it had never been there at all. We were all stunned, standing in silence on the deck, too shaken to speak. Slowly, we retreated back inside the hall, where the warmth of the fire couldn't quite melt away the chill from what we'd seen. Nobody mentioned the apparition that night. It was as if we were all afraid to acknowledge it, as though speaking about it would make it too real. Perhaps we feared it was some sort of shared hallucination or group psychosis. The incident stayed with us, but we didn't discuss it for a long time. It wasn't until a few camping trips later that the group began to talk about it more openly. The woman who had first sensed the presence revealed that she had done some research on the area and discovered something interesting. Apparently, there was an old burial ground nearby, though whether this had anything to do with what we experienced is still a mystery. I've done some research of my own since then, but I haven't been able to uncover much about the history of the area. That night at Three Links Campground marked the beginning of my fascination with the paranormal. The experience was so personal and vivid that it has stayed with me all these years. Since then, I've had a few other strange encounters, but none as powerful or as unforgettable as that rainy night when we stood face to face with something unexplainable. Nowadays, I've fully embraced my curiosity about the world beyond. I've invested in EVP recorders, cameras, and sound software, all in the hope of capturing more evidence of what might be out there. But no matter what I find in the future, I'll never forget that figure walking toward us in the rain, and the strange sense of presence it left behind. My life has become very surreal. I feel like I walk one half of my life in the paranormal and the other half in reality. What I am about to tell you gave me chills up and down my spine. I will say that I actually saw a ghost with my own naked eyes. But let's start from the beginning. This was a very unusual weekend, to say the least. The date is Saturday, June 30th, 2007. I was invited to Marysville by the soon-to-be paranormal investigation outfit called MPI, Marysville Paranormal Investigations. 3 women fascinated by the paranormal were in the process of starting their own investigation team. The team consisted of 3 members, one of whom avidly read my paranormal articles and reached out, explaining that she lived in an old Victorian home that was possibly haunted. She invited me to spend the night and check it out. The home, built in the 1930s, was a mansion-like structure, impressive to say the least. Before I left for Marysville, I found myself making multiple trips back home for forgotten items, and on my 3rd return, something strange happened. A car slowly passed by, with the driver staring at me intently. He rolled down the window and asked, "Are you Paul Dale Roberts?" Caught off guard, I confirmed that I was. He explained that he had been reading my paranormal articles and, since he was visiting from Chico with his kids, he wanted to show them where a real ghost hunter lived. This encounter made me realize that maybe I should keep my address private. My life was quickly becoming a bit surreal. Once I arrived at the Victorian mansion in Marysville, I was welcomed warmly by my hosts, and the evening began with a barbecue. After dinner, one of the women shared a story about a former tenant named DH who lived in the house. DH had passed away under tragic circumstances after mixing alcohol with her diabetes medication. She had been found by her care provider, and her spirit was believed to still linger in the house. As night fell, I took out my digital camera and began snapping photos throughout the house. At first, I didn't capture anything unusual, no orbs, no mist, until I took a picture of one of my hosts standing on the steps. There, hovering above her, was a clear orb. When I snapped another picture, the orb had moved slightly. Another photo revealed a red orb approaching her from the side. A moment later, the orb seemed to engulf her completely before vanishing. Then, something even stranger happened. As I stood at the bottom of the stairs, I saw with my own eyes a human-shaped shadow moving between two lofts. There was no one up there, and yet the shadow was distinct. It had a head, a torso, and a very human form. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but the chills running down my spine confirmed it. I asked my hosts if they had seen the shadow too, but they hadn't. That was the most frustrating part. I was the only one who witnessed it. Even now, I would swear on a stack of Bibles that I saw it. One of the women mentioned that she often felt like she was being watched in the house, and as the night progressed, we continued to hear strange noises coming from the attic. It was suggested that the sounds might be bats, but we couldn't be sure. After a while, we decided to take a drive and visit another haunted location in Marysville, the historical Forbes house. Although we didn't capture any paranormal activity there, I did manage to take some more orb photos. Later, we returned to my host's home, and I spent the night without any further incidents. Though, after everything that had happened, I wouldn't have been surprised if something did occur. The next day, I left Marysville and stopped by Vacaville to meet another one of my readers, who shared her own ghost story about her deceased husband visiting her. While interesting, there was nothing I could investigate further. Before I end this account, there's one more thing worth mentioning. During the investigation in Marysville, whenever the red orb was nearby, my digital camera's batteries would drain completely. I had to make several trips to the store for fresh batteries. It seemed like the presence of that orb was feeding off the energy around it. Looking back, I realized that the world of the paranormal was far more real than I had imagined. Seeing that shadow with my own eyes was an unforgettable experience. It's moments like these that remind me that, as much as we try to explain the unexplainable, there are always mysteries lingering in the shadows, waiting for someone to notice. I'm writing about these experiences because I hope someone can help me determine whether this is an actual haunting or if there could be rational explanations for what's been happening. My sister Janine, her husband Ray, my boyfriend Richard, and I all share a house that we've lived in for several years. It was built in 1979, so it doesn't have much history, and nothing strange had ever happened until a few weeks ago. None of us are particularly superstitious, but some recent events have been difficult for me to explain. The only thing that's really changed recently is that I stopped taking Celexa, an antidepressant known for its unusual withdrawal symptoms. I've been feeling power surges throughout my brain and body, and at first, I wondered if these brainstorms were causing the strange things happening in the house. But now I'm not so sure. The first strange incident happened a couple of weeks ago. Richard, Ray, and I were all at the back of the house. Ray had just finished vacuuming, and he and Richard were talking across the hallway. Both Richard and I saw Ray walk down the hall toward the living room, with our dog Bella trotting beside him. Just a few seconds after he left, the vacuum suddenly turned itself on. Janine wasn't home at the time, so it couldn't have been her. Ray came back into the room and turned it off, and we all shrugged it off as a random glitch. 3 nights later, Richard and I were woken up by Bella bristling her fur and growling. We looked out the window but didn't see anything. Richard petted her until she calmed down, and we both fell back asleep. It was around 3 a.m., and I was a bit annoyed to be woken up in the first place. About half an hour later, I woke up again. This time, because our Nintendo we had turned on by itself. The blue disc light was slowly pulsing, and I realized that must have been what woke me up. We hadn't used the Wii in a couple of weeks, and the remotes were on a shelf out of Bella's reach. They were also placed beside the TV unit, making it difficult for anything to accidentally turn the Wii on. I turned it off and tried to go back to sleep, but a few minutes later, I saw the blue light pulsing through my eyelids again. I got up and turned it off once more, watching it closely for several minutes before I finally fell asleep. It didn't turn on again that night, at least not while I was awake. But the creepiest part of all happened to Ray. He's the only one who experienced these events firsthand, but I know him well, and he's not the type to make things up. On the night the Wii kept turning itself on, Ray had gotten up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. Their bedroom is at the back of the house, and the bathroom is directly in front of their bed. He used the light from his Sonicare toothbrush to guide his way there. As he was walking, a dark form stepped between him and the light, completely blocking it out for a second or two. Ray didn't think much of it at the time and continued on his way. When he returned to bed, he noticed the light was working normally, with nothing obstructing it. It wasn't until I mentioned the Wii incident that he remembered the dark form in his room. Then, 2 nights ago, the dark form visited him again. What makes this incident even creepier to me is that everyone in the house was accounted for at the time. Ray sometimes gets up at night and sleeps on the sofa in the living room. That night, Richard and I had stayed up late, talking in our room. We heard someone come out of Ray and Janine's room and heard clanking noises in the kitchen, followed by the microwave door closing. I said, "It must be Ray," and we continued talking. The next day, as we were all catching up, Ray mentioned that he had gotten up during the night. I told him we had heard him in the kitchen, and that's when he said, "Yeah, I saw you come out and check on me." Confused, I told him I hadn't left my room, and he proceeded to tell us that after he had turned off the lights and lay down on the couch, he saw someone about my height walk out from the hallway, stop, look at him, and then head back down the hall. I was pretty sure I hadn't sleepwalked that night, and my sister Janine couldn't have been the one to check on him because she has cerebral palsy and her hips make a distinct snapping noise when she walks. There's no way she could have walked that quietly. I like to think of myself as rational, but I'm starting to get genuinely scared that we might have a poltergeist or some kind of entity in the house. Hopefully, this will be the last incident we have to deal with. I can't live without my cell phone. Last week, I got a call from one of my cousins. I won't say which one. He asked if I had received a call from a mysterious person. I kept asking him what he meant, and then he started telling me some of the conversation from this mysterious caller. That's when I knew exactly what he was talking about. I had received a call from a guy claiming to be part of LIT, Logistics Intelligence Task Force. He said it was a secretive group controlled by a VIP who wanted to remain anonymous because of his political ties and his fear of being associated with the paranormal. The LIT wanted to meet me at a private airport off Freeport Boulevard, blindfold me, and drive me to a house plagued by a demonic entity. They wanted me to write the story. I was really excited and immediately told Shannon McCabe all about it. Turns out it was my cousin playing a prank. He had one of his buddies pretend to be the lead investigator of LIT. Funny, right? Wait until the next family reunion. He won't be laughing then. He still won't admit it, but I think he was also behind the prank call I got before the Mount Shasta UFO/Bigfoot pre-investigation. By the way, if you're interested in seeing the photos we took during the Mount Shasta trip, check out the album put together by Holly DeLauder. Let me tell you about the calls I got on Saturday, October 20th, 2007. A lot of them were from HPI, Haunted and Paranormal Investigations members. First, Michelle Stump, one of our researchers, called to talk about a scouting mission involving 2 cemeteries in Oakland. One of the cemeteries has the grave of Elizabeth Short, aka the Black Dahlia, and the other holds the graves of the victims of the People's Temple Guyana mass suicide. Michelle was curious if there might be residual hauntings in these cemeteries, and we'll soon find out. Then Holly DeLauder, another investigator, called to brief me on another scouting mission involving Bigfoot sightings in Mendocino County and residual hauntings from the Round Valley Massacre. After that, Chris Grissom checked in to talk about the Diamond Springs residential haunting investigation he conducted last Friday. Finally, Hanoko Zeidenberg called to let me know she was going to be late for a night at the Enchanted Cottage, hosted by Nancy Bradley, the psychic for the stars. Many HPI members, including Lisa Holt, Chris Grissom, and Debbie Talani, were attending a seminar with Nancy and later investigating her office, the Enchanted Cottage, which is known to be haunted. They were especially looking forward to checking out the haunted stairwell. While they were investigating the Enchanted Cottage, I was at Joey and Jean Pommen's Hawaiian Luau anniversary party. Although it was a party, I wasn't entirely away from the paranormal world. Joey, Jean, Lou Pommen, and Dee Pizarro were all there, and we're all HPI paranormal investigators, so naturally there was a lot of ghost talk. People kept coming up to me asking, "Are you the ghost hunter?" One guy even talked to me for almost an hour about his own paranormal experiences, all while I was trying to enjoy the buffet of Filipino food. The party had hula dancers, a live band, and DJ music, and despite the festive atmosphere, I kept finding myself telling the same paranormal stories over and over, like the one about the full-body apparition in Marysville or the time I was touched at Folsom Cemetery. Even while watching Gene Pommen's daughter do the Hawaiian fire dance, my mind wandered back to a fire dancer I saw during the San Francisco Haunted Hate Tour. On my way home from the party, I got another call. This time it was from a guy calling himself Dead Pete. He claimed to have once been a real zombie. According to his story, he had been on vacation in Haiti, where he had a fling with a local girl. Her father, a voodoo shaman, cursed him after the girl saw him with another woman. Pete said that he was injected with something, passed out, and woke up buried alive. He said he was paralyzed but aware of his surroundings, and for 6 months, he was forced to work as a zombie, picking sugar cane before escaping and returning to California. He claims to still have skin lesions from his zombie transformation. It's an interesting story, but I'm not buying it, especially since his tone was pretty aggressive. But let's take a break from all the strange calls. Sometimes even a ghost hunter needs a break. The luau was a nice change, and so was the Halloween costume party we had at the Sierra 2 Center. I went dressed as the Grim Reaper and watched as people showed up as witches, vampires, the Three Stooges, and even a Klingon. Some familiar faces included Tony and Jennifer Baca as vampires, Debbie Talani, Shannon McCabe, and Athena Quinn as Renaissance ladies, and Robert Reppert as the Mad Hatter. We danced, ate good food, and just had a fun, carefree night for once. Now, let me tell you about the paranormal investigation at Fulton's Underground in Old Sacramento. Brian Rodriguez, the general manager, and HPI investigator Debbie Talani shared some pretty interesting stories. Debbie, who used to work there, recalled seeing chairs move on their own, cold spots, and even menus being thrown to the floor. Brian mentioned strange feelings of being watched and told us about the mafia room, where people have reported seeing shadowy figures and hearing odd noises. After the investigation, Debbie surprised me by taking me to the Hess home, where the occupants have experienced paranormal activity since 1990, including shadow people, strange noises, and objects moving by themselves. I sat in the brothers' old room with a sound enhancer and picked up a male voice whispering yes and why after I asked if anyone was there. On my way home from the investigation, I got a call from my neighbor Nick, who believes that ghosts from his old house in Reno followed his family to Elk Grove. He told me about blenders turning on by themselves and TV channels changing without explanation. His house is just across the street from mine, so I promised to check it out next week. I thought to myself, it never ends. Just as I was getting ready to settle in for the night, I got another call. This time it was from a woman in Compton. Let's call her Rotunda. She was frantic, claiming that an entity in her home was scratching her daughter. As we talked, I heard a deep, ungodly male voice over the phone. She heard it too and asked if it was me making the noise. I assured her it wasn't. She was terrified, so I stayed on the phone with her, helping her find local paranormal groups who might be able to assist. We prayed together, and I suggested she stay with a friend for the night. She thanked me profusely for staying on the line and said she was going to contact Janet Milchak, a psychic I had recommended. As we talked, she saw 3 shadows moving toward her, which made her even more afraid. I'm usually not scared by these things, but hearing the fear in her voice and knowing her daughter was being terrorized shook me to my core. I'll be saying prayers for them tonight, hoping that one of the paranormal groups I contacted can help. My best friend Brandon's house was rebuilt in the 1800s after a fire. In that fire, a family of 3, a mother, father, and little girl, tragically died. I used to love going to Brandon's house to play with his homemade Ouija board, but we never picked up on anything. That is, until now. It was just my cousin Amber, our friend Brandon, and me. Brandon brought out his homemade Ouija board. It was made of cardboard with letters from another Ouija board glued on and laminated. We placed our fingers on the board and asked, "Is anyone there?" First, there was nothing. I even asked, Why are we doing this again? We tried again, asking, is anyone there? Still nothing, so Amber and Brandon took their fingers off the board. I was bored, so I gave it another try by myself, asking, is anyone there? This time it started moving slightly, but there was no answer, it just moved. I quickly told Amber and Brandon to put their fingers back on the board, and we asked, can you move again? Nothing happened, so I tried it alone again. Are you there? I asked. Slowly, the planchette moved to yes. I asked another question, boy or girl? It spelled out GIR and then stopped. A girl, I asked, and she replied, yes. Curious, I asked, what's your name? The board spelled out ANNATOLE. I thought it was a beautiful name and asked how old she was. She said she was 9 years old. I kept asking more questions. Were you in a fire? Yes. Why didn't you answer before? Brandon. Brandon. I don't like him. Why? He slams the door. Is it too loud? He's messy. I couldn't help but laugh. I asked, where are you? And she replied, behind the door. Shocked, I stupidly got up to look behind the door, which led to the closet. I came back and said, I can't see you. She responded, not the closet. That freaked me out a bit, so Amber started using the board. She asked, do you like me? No. Do you like Nadia? Yes, I do. As the session continued, the spirit, who had said her name was Anatole, told us that she was a demon sent from hell to kill Brandon and that my soulmate's name was Benjamin. I haven't spoken to her since Brandon's board was accidentally thrown out, but whenever I go to his house, I wave and say, hello, Anatole. These aren't the exact words, but they are the ones that stuck with me the most because they either scared me or made me laugh. We wrote down the questions and answers so we wouldn't forget. A few days later, it was Friday, and I was sleeping over at Brandon's house. This was after our Ouija board encounter with Anatole. After a while, I got bored, so I went to the living room to grab my backpack. While looking through my things, I kept hearing noises coming from the kitchen. I thought it was one of Brandon's 5 cats. After hearing something for the 3rd time, I walked into the kitchen and saw a woman with half her face burned. She was standing, facing away from the stove. Terrified, I ran back to Brandon's room. I hadn't told him what I saw, but he said he'd heard crying. I told him about the woman I'd seen, and he nonchalantly replied, we see her all the time. Just as we were processing this, we heard another noise. We said, if anyone's here, please let us know. Nothing happened, so I joked, they're scared. They wouldn't dare do anything with the 2 of us here. I had heard that provoking a spirit would make it act. All of a sudden, we heard banging on the ceiling, and the mirror above Brandon's bed fell. It almost hit his head, missing him by less than an inch. We both went completely silent, then started smelling something burning. Smoke started rising from underneath his bed, so he moved it. Beneath it, the floor was smoking, and after the smoke cleared, there was a tiny triangle burned into the hardwood floor, no bigger than 2 inches. We ran out of that room so fast and called someone to take us to my house. That was one night I won't forget. This story is the reason we call ourselves People in the Mirror. It happened about 2 weeks ago, in the new house I'm living in with my family in Temecula. My 2 kids were asleep, my husband was at work, and my brother was at his homecoming dance. I was in my brother's room on the computer when I heard heavy footsteps coming up the stairs. They were loud and distinct, and when they reached the top, I heard a sharp slap, like someone hitting their hand hard on the banister. I assumed it was my dad, and it sounded like he was angry, so I quickly got up to check what was wrong. But when I stepped into the hallway, no one was there. I checked my dad's room, and it was empty. Looking downstairs, I saw him passed out on the couch, fast asleep. I checked on my kids, they were still sound asleep. I searched the entire house, but no one else had come home. A week later, I was talking to my friend Nicole, who's more like a sister to me. I told her about what had happened, and she went pale. She told me that just a few days before, while she was over at my place, she had heard footsteps too. She was sitting on my bed and heard someone coming up the stairs. From my bed, you can see the top of the stairs, so she looked, expecting to see me, but no one was there. A few seconds later, I did appear, but I was walking slowly up the stairs with a basket of laundry and holding my 1-year-old son's hand. The footsteps she had heard earlier were much faster, but no one was there. That's when we started talking about the strange experiences we had back at the Chula Vista house. We realized the only connection between then and now was the same mirror. Curious, we decided to go through old photos from when I lived in the Chula Vista house. We didn't expect to find anything, but what we found shocked us. Several photos had strange orbs, and a couple had something that looked like a cord, but it couldn't have been. It was taken with a disposable camera. 4 pictures had the mirror in them. One of them we chalked up to streaks on the mirror, though you can make out faces in the streaks. But the most startling images were the other 3. One was taken at Christmas and showed what looked like a white, skull-like face with a dark hood in the mirror. There was no way anyone could have been standing there based on the layout of the room. The tree was placed in such a way that someone would have had to be standing on top of the presents, and we would have seen more of their body. The other 2 pictures were from my baby shower when I was pregnant with my daughter, who is now 6. My husband and I were sitting between the TV and the fireplace, above which the mirror hung. We were opening gifts, and these 2 pictures were taken about 5 minutes apart from slightly different angles. Nicole was flipping through the album when she suddenly said, "Oh, hell no. Tell me you don't see that." She pointed to something that looked like a face peering out from the mirror. At first, I didn't see it. I thought it was just a flash reflection. But Nicole kept insisting it was the same face in both photos, and she was completely freaked out. The next day, we took all the pictures to Walmart and had them scanned and put on a disc. Once we got home, we loaded the pictures onto the computer and zoomed in on the 2 images Nicole had pointed out. Sure enough, clear as day, I saw the face. As I looked at those photos, I remembered something from the day of the baby shower. While setting up and cleaning before the guests arrived, I had cleaned the mirror with Windex and a paper towel. There was one area on the right side of the mirror that seemed streaky, and no matter how much I cleaned, it wouldn't go away. While I was wiping it down, I thought I saw a face in the streaks. Creeped me out a little, but I convinced myself it was just the streaks. After a while, they faded. Now, I'm not so sure it was just streaks. Let's head to downtown Sacramento and stop at a 66-year-old building, the Sacramento Theater Company, located at 1419 H Street. This theater is reputed to be very haunted. On Tuesday, October 23, 2007, I met up with HPI, Haunted and Paranormal investigators, Shannon's Macabre McCabe president, Tim Hawkins lead investigator, Chris Grissom scout/technician, Michelle Stump researcher/scout, Donna Reynolds, and Sherry Vincent scout. We arrived at 5:30 p.m., ready to set up our equipment and investigate until 10 p.m. Upon arrival, I was introduced to marketing director/sensitive Kim Kaplan and costume shop manager Jessica Minahan. Both had stories to share. Kim had only been working there for a month when strange things began happening to her. A cabinet in her office fell by itself, and another time, pipes fell from the ceiling. Jessica also experienced strange occurrences, like the lights in the upstairs costume shop turning off on their own. In the backstage corridor, she heard heavy breathing and footsteps. One time, someone whispered her name, and when she turned around, expecting to see someone, there was no one there. Spools of thread have been known to fly off shelves without explanation. Jessica identified 7 entities believed to haunt the theater. Pinky. Residing mainly in the costume shop, Pinky is thought to have once been the manager of the theater. There's some debate about her gender, but Jessica believes Pinky is female, as she emits a pink orb. Pinky likes to play with buttons on costumes and mess with the lights. She's a prankster, but she's also a hero. Once, she pulled a technician away from a falling light bar, saving him. 2 Hungarian lovers. These spirits are said to have fallen in love at the theater, were separated, and then reunited there. They remain in the theater even after death. Louis the stagehand. Louis, as he's called, reportedly fell to his death from the grid, rafters, or catwalk. There's no consensus on where exactly he fell from, but it's believed he may have been an actor as well. The ghostly opera singer. This spirit has been heard singing in the theater, and actors claim to have seen ghostly figures in their mirrors while getting ready for a play. The sound theater entity. Mysterious sounds are often heard in this part of the theater, suggesting the presence of another entity. Kaplan's office ghost. In Kim Kaplan's office, the unexplained incidents of falling pipes and cabinets are attributed to this ghost. Kim shared a story about a stage manager who, to avoid any ghostly disturbances, walks around the theater with her iPod on, so she won't be scared. That night, the media followed us throughout the investigation. Representatives from KFBK, Fox TV News, and KBMB 103.5 The Bomb were present. J. Mars, pronounced J. Mars, and his partner Michelle Espo from KBMB joined us. When Michelle used my Listen Up sound enhancer, she heard heavy breathing and a man sighing, which scared her so much she ran screaming from the actor preparation room. Findings. Sherry Vincent captured a female voice saying hi on her electronic audio recorder and snapped some orb photos around the theater. Paul Dale Roberts. I picked up a woman sighing on my sound enhancer, and later, Kim and I both heard organ music. Kim Kaplan. She also heard a man humming with my sound enhancer, and with her own ears, she heard the organ music. Using dowsing rods, Kim discovered that Pinky's real name starts with a G. She was in her 20s, and she used to be an actress. Kim's phone mysteriously shut off and began vibrating by itself during the investigation. Michelle Stump. Michelle heard footsteps, heavy breathing, and saw a shadow figure peeking at her. Donna Reynolds. Donna also heard heavy breathing and saw a darting shadow figure. Michelle Espo. She was freaked out by hearing heavy breathing and a man sighing on the sound enhancer. Shannon McCabe. Shannon took a photo of J. Mars, capturing a blue mist surrounding him. However, when the photo was developed on the computer, the mist was gone. A strange anomaly she had never seen before with her camera. Tim Hawkins. Using dowsing rods, Tim made contact with an entity named Joanne, who used to work in the wardrobe room and died in 1963. It was an eventful night, with plenty of paranormal activity confirming that the Sacramento Theater Company is haunted. According to Shannon's findings and conclusion, the theater earned a 7.5 out of 10 on the spook meter. Due to media distractions, another overnight investigation is planned to gather more data. Shannon's conclusion. Thank you to all the media that showed up, Fox 40, KFBK, and KBMB. It was a great night. I'm off to review all the audio and video now. Before I wrap up, let's rewind to October 10, 2007, for a follow-up investigation at an Oak Park residence. Before heading to Oak Park, I stopped by Sacramento Access TV for a taping with Nancy Bradley, the renowned psychic to the stars. Catherine Noble, Nancy's assistant, set everything up for us. Chris Grissom, paranormal investigator/scout, joined me, and we discussed the upcoming Ghost Girls DVD featuring Nancy Bradley and Shannon McCabe. We shared personal paranormal experiences, and Nancy's fans flooded the phone lines with questions, which she answered with her usual wisdom. After the taping, Chris and I headed straight to Oak Park, where we were greeted by Shannon, Tim, Sherry Vincent, reporter RV Shade, and photographer Larry from the Sacramento News and Review. Sherry, feeling bad about missing the upcoming MT Shasta investigation, gave me a thoughtful friendship card and a pumpkin, knowing I wouldn't buy one myself. Tim, who had previously investigated the home with Dee Pizarro and Lou Palman, filled me in on their findings. During their first investigation, they set up equipment in the basement and captured faint EVPs of people chattering, which sounded almost like radio waves. The video camera caught a moving light, and dowsing sessions indicated the presence of a 7-year-old girl named Noreen, who died in 1941. Dawn Parmiter, the homeowner, verified that a girl named Noreen had lived in the area at that time. During this follow-up investigation, Tim again used the dowsing rods to contact Noreen, confirming her presence. Throughout the night, cold spots were felt, and an exceptional orb was captured near Tim. In one photograph, the orb seemed to contain a face, with eyes and a nose visible upon zooming in. Shannon captured an EVP after knocking on the wall, receiving a metallic sound in response. Dawn and her boyfriend, Martin, recounted how the ceiling fan turned on by itself even when unplugged, and Sherry used her sound enhancer to hear someone whisper, "Yeah." Dawn also shared more unsettling events, such as hearing the door knob jiggle violently, as if someone were trying to get in. Her boyfriend arrived shortly afterward, but he hadn't touched the doorknob. She also reported hearing footsteps in the backyard and the jingle of keys dropping. While using my sound enhancer, I thought I briefly heard keys jingling and classical music. When I called out, "Is there anyone here?" the response was, "I'm here." Chris later said he had spoken around the same time, but I wasn't entirely sure if the voice was his. When I was 13, my dad divorced my mom after cheating on her. He moved in with the woman, and they stayed together for 6 years. Last year, they bought a huge house in Elk Grove, California, with half an acre of land. Beyond the stone wall in the backyard, there were miles of undeveloped land, soon to be new homes. The house had only had one previous owner, who sold it after less than a year due to a divorce. Ever since they moved in, I lived with my mom and only visited on weekends, as I'm now 20. I always felt uneasy there, as if I were being watched. I never thought much of it at first, especially in a house that was only 2 years old. I would sit on the couch watching TV, and I often noticed the light in the family room dimming, as if something moved through it. I chalked it up to electrical issues or random power surges. Nothing paranormal, just normal occurrences. But looking back, I think that was only the beginning. One evening, I was sitting on the couch with the whole family when I thought I saw someone walk by in the family room. I figured my eyes were playing tricks on me until my stepmom suddenly said, "Did you see that?" My dad responded, "What? The shadow that just walked by?" "Yeah, I saw it, but I didn't want to say anything. I thought it was just me." My face went pale. It was clear something noticeable had passed by if both of them had seen it too. A month went by and I visited again. My dad and his girlfriend went to Home Depot, leaving me alone in the house around 7 p.m. It was dark out, and I was upstairs in the computer room, checking my email. The computer desk was positioned against the wall, with only about 2 feet of space behind me. Suddenly, I felt a distinct tap on my shoulder. I froze in fear. I didn't even turn around. I knew no one else was home. I tried to act like it didn't happen, but deep down I was terrified. After that night, I stopped visiting as much. Despite not being there as often, I kept hearing stories and occasionally witnessed strange occurrences myself. My dad's border collie, who used to hate going outside, suddenly refused to come inside the house. Every time the door opened, she bolted out and had to be dragged back in. When inside, she would pee all over herself out of fear, something she hadn't done since she was a puppy. One night, my dad's girlfriend was away in Oklahoma for FAA schooling, and my dad, who has been in the military for over 20 years and is one of the least easily scared people I know, experienced something unsettling. I had been sleeping in the guest room and noticed a black blob hovering in the top corner of the room. It seemed to just rotate in place. I showed it to my dad and he saw it too. It never appeared during the day but would show up every night. This went on for 2 months. More shadows appeared over time, but nothing we could definitively call paranormal, until one night, something more intense happened. I woke up thirsty and went downstairs to get some water, bringing the dog with me. As I walked down the dark staircase with just the light from upstairs illuminating my path, I suddenly heard a distinct whisper in my ear. Every hair on the back of my neck stood up. The dog, who had been following me closely, bolted toward the sliding glass door, barking at me in fear, as if I were the source of whatever terrified her. Her reaction only intensified my fear. I ran back upstairs, tripped on the last step, and hid in my room, eventually falling asleep with my hands over my ears, afraid I might hear the whisper again. I never told anyone about this. I thought if I spoke about it, it would make things worse. My dad later experienced something even more terrifying. While his girlfriend was still away, he was home alone getting ready for bed. Their large bathroom had no door, just a walkway connecting it to the bedroom. As he stood at the sink, brushing his teeth, he could see the reflection of the bedroom in the mirror. Suddenly, he saw the black shadow of a person walk quickly across the room behind him. The room was well lit, so it wasn't a trick of the light. He immediately turned around, but no one was there. Then he began to hear banging on the walls, upstairs and downstairs, all over the house. My dad, not one to show fear, decided to confront whatever it was. He walked downstairs in the dark and stood in the family room, challenging the entity out loud. F*********, you. Show me what you've got, he yelled. Immediately after, he heard a deep, low growl right in his ear. He was paralyzed with fear for a moment, but then walked calmly to the kitchen for water and headed back upstairs, determined not to show the entity any more fear. He called me afterward, and his voice was shaky as he told me what had happened. Hearing his story sent chills up my spine, and that's when I finally told him about my own experiences. The next day, my dad tried to get a priest to bless the house, but it would take a few days. In the meantime, he decided to read Bible verses in each room, about 20 minutes in each. As he started in the family room, we heard a loud metallic bang from upstairs, like an old air conditioner turning on. But when we checked later, nothing was out of place. The air conditioner, being brand new, didn't make that kind of noise. After my dad finished reading the verses, the dog, who had been so terrified of being inside, suddenly acted as if nothing had ever happened. She came inside without fear, and the black blob disappeared for good. During all this chaos, we celebrated Christmas in the house. We had decorated the staircase and took pictures of the beautiful decorations. After the strange events had subsided, we uploaded the pictures and noticed something odd. In every shot of the staircase, there was an orb moving up the stairs. It wasn't stationary. It moved in each frame, almost as if it were ascending the stairs. When we zoomed in on the orb, we could make out a distinct face within it. That was the last unsettling experience we had in that house. But it's something I'll never forget. This story began 2 days before the actual event that I'm about to share. It all started the night I took a math placement test for college in January 2006. After I got my results, I excitedly called my parents in Texas to give them the good news. I live in California with close friends, who I consider my surrogate family, but I still regularly updated my Texas family. When I called, my parents sounded a bit upset. My Texas dad even asked in the background, "Do you want to tell her?" But my mom hung up without saying more. At the time, I didn't press them, assuming everything was fine. Despite passing the test, I felt uneasy and physically sick that day, attributing it to nerves from the test. Before I go on, let me tell you about my cat Smokey, who lived with my Texas parents. She had been my companion for 10 years, ever since she showed up as a kitten on our porch. Smokey and I had been inseparable when I visited Texas a month earlier in December 2005. She followed me everywhere more than usual. It was almost as if she knew something, and I think deep down I did too. I even whispered to her the night before I left, "I'll be back to visit soon. Don't go anywhere, baby." But I knew it might be the last time I'd see her. Fast forward to the day after my test, I still felt uneasy. So I called my mom again. This time, she asked if I wanted to hear some bad news then or wait until after the weekend. My heart sank, and I asked her to tell me. My worst fear was confirmed. Smokey had passed away the morning of my test. She had developed a prolapsed colon, a condition that left her intestines coming out of her body. Due to her age and size, surgery wasn't an option. So, my parents had to make the heartbreaking decision to put her down. What broke me was learning they'd left her body at the SPCA, not knowing I would have wanted her cremated and her ashes kept with me. I hung up the phone and sat in shock on the back porch of my California home, crying. My California mom came out and found me. I somehow explained what had happened, though I barely remember the words I spoke. Everything felt like a blur. Later, my California sister invited me outside to get some fresh air. As I stood on the front porch, staring at the stars, I was overwhelmed with guilt and sadness. I couldn't stop thinking, did Smokey think I abandoned her? Was she mad that I left? The more I thought about it, the worse I felt. And then, something incredible happened. I saw a shooting star, the only one I've ever seen in my life. It fizzled out directly above the house. In that moment, vivid memories of Smokey flooded my mind. memories so clear that it was like I was reliving her life with me. I saw her as a kitten, tiny enough to fit in my hand, crawling onto our porch for the first time. I remembered her playful moments, like the time she pulled the Christmas garland off the tree. The memories blurred together until they ended with her curled up beside me on our last night together in Texas. It felt as though she had come back to say goodbye. In that moment, I knew she wasn't mad or upset. She had come home to me. Since then, I've occasionally seen Smokey's ghostly presence around the house, and I'm certain she's still with me. That shooting star was her, letting me know she would always be by my side. Forever. To the stars, Smokey. To the stars. It was a hot, crisp day with plenty going on for HPI, Haunted and Paranormal Investigations, of Northern California. Shannon Ms. McCabe, president of HPI, along with seasoned investigators Tim Hawkins and Sherry Vincent, led around 30 new HPI members on a guided tour of haunted Placerville. The tour included various spots such as Hangman's Tree Bar, the Hillsider Saloon, historic Carey House Hotel, the Cosmic Cafe, formerly Pearson's Soda Works with its underground mining caves, Hidden Passages Bookstore, Tomei's Restaurant, the Druid Monument, Sequoia House Restaurant, and Placerville Union Cemetery. Shannon and I are constantly in touch, much like Mulder and Scully from the X-Files. Today was one of those days. While Shannon managed the Placerville investigation, I was handling an investigation at Lake Berryessa, and we kept each other updated throughout the day. Since I'm HPI's ghostwriter, I needed to stay updated on the Placerville investigation and relay what was happening with my case at Berryessa. The day, Saturday, August 4th, 2007, started like any other. I was grooming my chow, T-Rex, while my Jack Russell Terrier, Pika, splashed around in his pool, only to roll in the dirt afterward, tracking mud through the kitchen. I yelled in mock anger, "Next time, Pika, you're going to the dog pound." Pika knows exactly what the dog pound is, as he once ran away and was taken there. Ever since, the mention of it gets him riled up, but I tease him with no real intention of taking him back. It's an inside joke, but his reaction is priceless. With that, it was time to roll out for the investigations. I met with Ludmila Bernik, a Ukrainian native living in Sacramento, at a Starbucks off Watt Avenue. We discussed a potential trip I might be making to Ukraine and Romania. Ludmila, who has Romanian roots, shared insights about Transylvania, the home of Vlad Tepes, better known as Dracula. While I haven't decided where I'll vacation next year, Transylvania is high on the list, especially if the flights are priced right. Soon after, I picked up Raven, a Wiccan practitioner, to assist me with the Lake Berryessa investigation. Raven doesn't wish to be fully identified in this article, but she's an enigmatic presence. Dressed in black with a raven tattoo on her arm and a skull pentagram necklace, she looked the part of someone deeply connected to the night. As we drove, she briefed me on the history of Lake Berryessa. In case you're unfamiliar with it, here's the story. On September 27, 1969, college students Brian Hartnell and Cecilia Shepard were picnicking along the shore of Lake Berryessa when a hooded man appeared, wearing a costume marked with a white cross circle. He held them at gunpoint, claiming he intended to rob them. After tying them up with clothesline, he suddenly attacked them with a knife. Brian survived to recount the story, but Cecilia tragically died. The man responsible was none other than the Zodiac Killer. He later called the police to confess, marking the incident with his infamous symbol on the victim's car. Raven took me to the exact area where the attack occurred, a place rumored to be haunted by Cecilia's ghost. Some say the murder plays out as a residual haunting, a scene that replays itself over and over. As nightfall approached, we settled in and waited for any signs of activity. Raven shared more about her Wiccan beliefs, explaining how Wiccans respect all living things and how they often get misunderstood by outsiders. While Raven embraced the night, I remained more cautious. She told me that people often see orbs floating around this area at night. As we continued our watch, I noticed a strange, blurry light in the distance. When I approached, I realized it was a rock that seemed to glow only when viewed from a distance. When I got closer, the glow disappeared. Raven saw it too, though it wasn't an orb, it was just another unexplained oddity. By the end of the night, We hadn't recorded any EVPs or orb photos. The feeling of dread I experienced earlier had vanished as quickly as it came. The glowing rock didn't show up in my photos, but it was visible to the naked eye. The investigation, as I reported to Shannon, was inconclusive. Still, the atmosphere of the place was chilling. Every star in the sky was visible, casting an eerie glow over the lake. As I drove Raven home, we talked about how she got her nickname. Of course, it stemmed from her love of ravens, fitting her Wiccan persona. She then asked if I had any nicknames. I mentioned that my friends had recently started calling me Paranormal Paul. She found it amusing, but not as amusing as when I told her the story behind another nickname, Fresno County Paul. It dated back to my time working at the Governor's Office of Emergency Services during the Northridge earthquake disaster. My colleagues couldn't understand why I would meet my ex-wife in Fresno of all places, and the name stuck. All in all, it was an eerie but insightful night. Raven's unwavering belief in the supernatural kept me grounded, but there were still many questions left unanswered about what really lingers around Lake Berryessa. We moved into our townhouse in El Monte, California about 4 years ago. The townhouse is relatively new, not even 20 years old, although El Monte itself is one of the older communities in Southern California. It wasn't long before strange things started happening, but at first, I didn't think much of it. Late in the evenings, as I lay in bed, I'd hear footsteps running up and down the stairs. Initially, I assumed it was our neighbor's children. We shared a common wall with them, and they had 2 young kids, so I figured it was their son running up and down their stairs, which mirrored our own. Yet, even though I knew this, it always sounded eerily like someone running on our stairs. Then, something else started happening. Small items around the house would disappear. At first, I didn't pay much attention to it. Things like a set of keys left on the kitchen table or a book placed on the counter would suddenly go missing. We'd search all over, high and low, only for the items to turn up a few days later, either in plain sight or in places where we were sure we'd already looked. It was peculiar, but we always shrugged it off, thinking it was just absent-mindedness. Last week, my wife woke me up around 2 a.m. when she came to bed. She asked me what I'd done with the book she'd been reading earlier that afternoon before her nap. I told her I hadn't seen it when I came to bed. Yet, she insisted that we search for it, as she couldn't fall asleep without reading. Even at 2 a.m. begrudgingly, I got out of bed and helped her look. We scoured the room, checked the living room, and even lay on the floor to peek under the bed and the bedside tables. But the book was nowhere to be found. Over the next few days, whenever it came to mind, we'd search again. I even lay down on the floor multiple times to check under the bed and tables, convinced that maybe it had somehow slipped out of sight. But nothing, absolutely nothing. It was as if the book had vanished into thin air. Then, last night, my wife excitedly came to me, holding the book. She had found it under her bedside table. Now, the gap under our bedside tables isn't small, so anything under there should have been visible from the start, especially since I had been down on the floor at just the right angle several times, but I hadn't seen a thing. And here's the strangest part. The book wasn't lying flat or tucked away. It had been standing upright, as if on a bookshelf. How could we have both missed it, standing right there? That same night, around 2 a.m., I was abruptly woken by a distinct tapping on my shoulder. Groggy and annoyed, I turned over to face my wife, assuming she had woken me up for some reason. I asked her what was wrong, but she didn't reply, her head buried in her book. Annoyed, I snapped, "What do you want?" My wife looked up, puzzled, and said, "What do you mean? Why did you tap me on the shoulder?" I asked, still frustrated. "I didn't touch you," she replied, confusion written across her face. Though still irritated, I possessed the enviable ability to fall back asleep quickly, so I shrugged it off and was back to sleep within moments. The next morning, I tried to reason with myself. Maybe the touch had been a figment of my imagination, a leftover sensation from a dream I couldn't quite remember. But there was something about the feeling, the firmness of the tap, that made it hard to believe it was just a dream. And then there's the mystery of the book. How could it have been standing upright under the bedside table for nearly a week, completely unnoticed by both of us, despite our determined searches? This wasn't the first time something had disappeared in our house. only to reappear days later in the most peculiar of places. And I'm sure it won't be the last. So the question remains, did we simply overlook the obvious, missing what was right in front of us? Or had something or someone borrowed the book for a while? This is a shorter version of what happened to me. I've dealt with things that go bump in the night for most of my life, always wondering if I was a bit of a strange child. But never did I imagine I'd one day live with an entity on a daily basis. It can be just as spooky and unsettling as you see in movies, but it's also stressful. You learn to laugh and push through it, though it's easier to say that now, years later. In December of 1998, just before Christmas, we moved into a massive house on 23rd Street in a small farming town not far from San Jose. I lived there alone with my 3 children while their father commuted to San Jose, coming home on weekends. The first night was filled with excitement, moving in and settling into the new space. The house, built in the 1920s, was 3,000 square feet of classic French door style. It had long hallways, large rooms, walk-in closets, and hidden surprises. One feature that stood out to me was a small, hidden cubbyhole in the kitchen cupboards. It was only about 2 feet tall, 2 feet deep, and 1 foot wide, positioned 6 feet off the ground. What puzzled me most was that the latch to secure it was inside the cupboard, meaning someone had to be inside the tiny space to lock it. That thought alone was enough to stir the imagination. As I moved through the house that first night, sorting things while my children slept, I noticed something odd. Every time I passed the kitchen, the cupboard door was open. I close it, continue on my way, and a short while later, it would be open again. The feeling that crept up my arms and neck was one of unease, though I tried to brush it off. The house was enormous, and I was alone with my 3 small children, miles away from anyone I knew. With Christmas fast approaching, I decided to wrap presents once the children were asleep. I kept the wrapping paper in a large, heavy trunk with a top that opened upward. The lid was so heavy that it would rest backward when open, and if the trunk were empty, it might have even tipped over. I had just removed some wrapping paper when the lid came crashing down. The sudden noise startled me, and the animals bolted from the room. I sat there, frozen, my mind racing for a logical explanation. The animals didn't return for quite some time, and I was left in stunned silence. Later that night, I was setting the dining room table for meals, carefully placing quilted placemats down. One of the dog's small toy balls, no more than 2 inches in diameter, slowly rolled toward me. It moved so quietly, making only the faintest whisper as it glided across the polished wooden floor. The entire house was silent, save for that barely audible sound. When the ball stopped, the silence was even more unnerving. The parrot, usually noisy, was watching intently, and the dogs sat perfectly still, their eyes following the ball with puzzled looks. I tried to rationalize it. Surely one of the animals had nudged the ball without me noticing. After picking it up, I placed it on the placemat in front of me and stood there for what felt like forever. Nothing happened. No movement, no noise. My heart began to settle as I convinced myself there had to be a logical explanation. But just as I was about to turn away, the ball leaped into the air, only about half an inch, then rolled off the table and onto the floor. I stood there in shock as it slowly made its way across the room, stopping only when it hit the dining room wall. It rested there, completely still, as though it was finished. This story takes place in Victorville, California, at a house in the beautiful Spring Valley Lake, specifically on Cresta Blanca Court. I had moved to Victorville in late October 2005, not knowing a single soul. On my first day at school, a girl named Michelle approached me, and we've been best friends ever since. That same day, I also saw a guy, Jordan, and instantly fell in love. Weeks passed before he said anything to me, thanks to a mutual friend who mentioned I was talking about him. Eventually, Jordan approached me and we started going out. It wasn't until New Year's that I went to his house for the first time. His house had the darkest, most depressing living room I'd ever seen. It didn't matter how bright the day was. The room remained gloomy. Everyone preferred sitting in the bright, cheery dining and kitchen area instead. The house's layout was a bit unusual. Upon entering through the front door, French doors to the right led into a study that had been turned into a bedroom. To the left was the dining area, and beyond that was the kitchen. If you walked straight from the front door, you'd find the living room, and from there you could enter the boom boom room, which functioned as a den but was also used for sleeping. If you took a right down the hallway, it would lead you to more bedrooms and the laundry room. The first night I spent at Jordan's house, we slept in his room. I fell asleep before he did, but woke up in the middle of the night. I saw someone sitting in the corner, staring at me. The room was dark, but I could make out a figure. At first, I thought it was one of his brothers or maybe even Jordan himself. I checked beside me in bed, but Jordan wasn't there. He was sleeping on the floor next to the bed. When I looked back up, the figure was gone. The bedroom door was locked the entire time. I didn't mention this to anyone because I didn't want to seem crazy, even though the family had mentioned the house was haunted, specifically the hallway. Later on, when I visited the house again, the locked door in Jordan's room would rattle aggressively, as if someone was trying to break in. Jordan always told me it was probably the wind, but I didn't buy it. There were no open windows, and no breeze could shake the door that hard. I got used to the door rattling, the cold chills in the hallways, and doors slamming on their own. I just accepted that the house was haunted. Thankfully, I didn't live there full time. One day, Jordan shared a terrifying experience. He said he woke up in the middle of the night to get some water from the kitchen. When he opened the door to the hallway, he saw his 18-month-old niece, Jemiah, standing there. He assumed she had woken up and was heading to his mom's room, but when he reached out to pick her up, she disappeared. Scared out of his mind, he ran back to the bedroom without even getting the water. He woke me up, and together we went to check on Jemiah. Her parents' room was locked, meaning she couldn't have been in the hallway. Later, Jordan's mom, Tammy, told us she had experienced something similar. She always woke up at the same time every night to check on the house, and one night, she heard a baby crying. When she walked down the hallway, she saw Jemiah standing there. As Tammy approached her, talking softly to comfort her, Jemiah smiled and vanished. Tammy wasn't easily scared, but she was shocked and checked Jemiah's room, only to find it locked. Everyone in the house was creeped out, but the real shock came one evening when Tammy was cooking dinner. Jemiah was playing in the hallway, and the rest of us were scattered around the house. When Tammy called out, "Dinner's ready," we all gathered in the hallway just in time to see Jemiah get slammed against the wall by something invisible. We froze, watching her eyes follow something down the hallway toward the kitchen. After that, she refused to play in the hallway, and none of us talked about that incident again. As time passed, I moved in with Jordan's family due to my own circumstances. One day, while walking down the hallway, I saw a tall, dark figure in the mirror, walking behind me. It wasn't following me, but it walked from Tammy's room toward Jordan's. I knew no one else was in that area of the house, and there was no explanation for what I had seen. When I ran into the boom boom room to tell Jordan, everyone checked, but no one was there. On another occasion, Taya and I were in the kitchen eating dinner with Jemiah, who was now a little older and able to talk. Out of nowhere, she said, "The girl's here," pointing to the hallway. Taya and I didn't see anything but felt a chill moments later. Then Jemiah said, "And that man's here too. He killed her. He killed the girl." She smirked and started stabbing herself gently with a fork, repeating, "He's a bad man. He killed her, Mama. He killed the girl." We were terrified. Jemiah kept pointing to the hallway, and we had no choice but to believe she was seeing something we couldn't. From that point on, Jemiah continued talking about the little girl and the man. The sightings became more frequent, and tensions in the house rose. Jordan and I argued more, as did Tammy and her boyfriend. One day, while I was pregnant, I snapped at Jordan's brother, Justin, and threw a pair of sharp scissors at him. Luckily, he dodged them, but I knew something was wrong. When I stormed out of the dining room into the hallway, I felt an invisible force push me back. Before I could hit the ground, Tammy's boyfriend caught me. I left the house after that, moving in with my grandma, who had relocated to California. But Jordan kept calling, telling me about new strange events. Things got worse. Jemiah was being pushed around more, the ghost appeared more often, and the front door would open and close by itself. The final straw came when Tammy was entertaining guests. After everyone left, she was cleaning the living room when Jemiah came in, asking to be picked up. As Tammy carried her toward the kitchen, she felt something push her from the side. She fell in slow motion toward the glass coffee table, bracing for impact. But just before they hit the table, it moved, sliding across the room and shattering against the wall. That was it. Tammy and the family packed up that night and left. They never returned. We all experienced these events, and to this day, I believe that house was truly haunted. Although we never researched its history, it would probably be a good idea to find out more about it. For some reason, it seems like every house Tammy's family moves into has strange occurrences. I'll be posting more stories soon about other experiences. I'm beginning to think I might have the ability to see ghosts, but only through reflections. Does anyone else think they have the same ability?